afternoon, the team from Alexco. And let me again greet the department representatives. And I can see we are joined by organized labor. We were supposed to have a meeting with them just after lunch. We are way behind because we had to go to the site visit. Now, we dealt with introductions in the morning. I'm not going to repeat it. But when we start interacting with you, you will have to introduce yourself. In this meeting, this leg, you are not going to participate. You are just going to listen. Take it you are in parliament in the gallery. You are not participating. So we took a decision to visit Alexco for various reasons. One being that it used to report to the Department of Public Enterprise and therefore the Committee of Public Enterprise. So after the elections, 2024 elections, Alexco was assigned to Minerals and Petroleum Resources Department, which reports to us. And that means Alexco reports to us. That is the first issue. We received a briefing last year from the then chairperson of Alexco and the acting CEO then, Mr. Fowler. We again received a briefing this year from the new chairperson, and I think it was the acting CEO and so forth. And then thirdly, we received a petition from Mr. Craython complaining about a number of issues. As you would know, some of the issues were in the Zondo Commission. We have the responsibility to investigate that. That's part of the reason why we're here. But also to understand what Alexco is, because we were not in public enterprise. Some of us were not members then when it was still reporting to public enterprise. So we wanted to familiarize ourselves with Alexco. That's why we insisted, let's go to the operations. And I think we are satisfied that we were taken through. We want to engage with organized labor as well, because most often we don't want to see and intervene when there are problems. We want to hear what are the problems, what are the challenges in Alexco. So two sides are important. We will meet with the municipality. In the briefing before, we were told that there are issues about the town being expected to be run by Alexco, such issues that we had. And that necessitates that we also meet the, I want to read it because I get it wrong, Rechtersveld community. There are issues there as well. And then we will also meet with the marine miners as well. And there's a question I asked there. I said it is alleged that, amongst other allegations, that contractors are treated differently in Alexco, which you said is not true. But we will get other views as well to understand what is happening. But all in all, we're here to understand Alexco. We're here to also listen to people so that we deduct what the petition was saying and what the reality is, and then report back to Parliament. We will take decisions. We don't know what decision will be taken. It depends on what we will come across. With that said, can we please have a presentation from Alexco on the operation? We did specify what we are looking for. So I think the chair and Mr. Fowler and the team know what they should give us in terms of information. So that camera can transmit to Parliament TV, can transmit to YouTube. In other words, I want you to know that that thing is live. So decorum is very important, as this is the oversight meeting of Parliament. The same way we treat you in Cape Town, and the same way you respect us in Cape Town, just consider us being in Cape Town. Is just a venue that is different. The rules still apply. With that said, can we have the mic going to the presenter? Or you have yours? You have another one?
1 2 1 2.
Good afternoon once again, Chairperson and members of the Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum Resources. Welcome once again to Alexco. We do sincerely welcome this visit, as it allows us an opportunity to edify you of the issues that we have within Alexco. Alexco does have great challenges. Alexco does have great complexities, and the team will allude further to the sort of issues we raise. But from my side, I will take you through a background of the organization of Alexco, background of the PSJV, the various challenges as per the directive that we receive from Parliament as to what it is that you would like information on. We will also take you through what measures have been put in place to try and address the greater part of the challenges that we are dealing with. So Alexco was established in 1928, and its core operations is the exploitation of diamond deposits on the West Coast. Alexco as a SOC is fully owned by the government. However, it is in a pooling and sharing joint venture. So we had a land claim. There was a land claim by the community, and this led to a successful land restitution, which led to the conclusion of a deed of settlement and a unanimous resolution, which are the founding documents that regulate the Alexco PSJV. And when I say Alexco PSJV, for simplicity purposes, I'll just refer to the PSJV. But when I refer to the PSJV, kindly note that this is a pooling, I'm on page 2, yes, that's it. This refers to a pooling and sharing joint venture as mentioned as a consequence of the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution. Within this pooling and sharing joint venture, Alexcor and the community pooled in their respective mineral resources. So the community owns the land and also owned the land mining rights. Alexcor owns the marine mining rights. In terms of the pooling and sharing joint venture, these were consolidated into this PSJV. One of the challenges, and I'll get to when we get there, is that the pooling and sharing joint venture is an unincorporated joint venture. And as such, that gives us a problem in terms of compliance to the Public Finance Management Act. We as the, in terms of our appointments, as I was appointed to the chairperson of the board of Alexcor, and by virtue of that appointment, I'm also the chairperson of the PSJV, and that was the provision of the deed of settlement, that the chairperson of Alexcor will be the chairperson of the PSJV as well. So this pooling and sharing a joint venture is managed by an executive committee. I will speak to the challenges in terms of vacancies and filling those vacancies. However, this oversight over the PSJV is exercised by the board through the executive management. We mine on a contract-based mining model, which means that Alexcor does not operate does not conduct the mining operations itself, but it has contractors that execute these mining activities on behalf of the PSJV. So everything as it pertains to the operations, employment, electricity bills, SARS bills, everything that happens as it relates to running of the operations throughout the entire value chain happens through the PSJV. Where we have differences and challenges is, like I said, from compliance perspective, because we as the board members of Alexcor, but also some of us on the PSJV, are of the strong view that by virtue of Alexcor having an interest within this unincorporated joint venture, we are therefore bound by the PFMA. There's, however, a different view from our RMC appointed board members. And it's most unfortunate. I wish they were here, because I'm going to say some things that I feel are pretty honest, and I wish they would have been here to defend or dispute what I'm saying, because I believe the purpose of this visit is to collect a holistic view. Unfortunately, they declined. They were the ones that actually forwarded me the program for this day, but they declined when I requested their attendance to confirm whether they'll be attending today. They declined to attend. Nonetheless, I'd just like to then take you through the terms of the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution. So, following this land restitution claim, there were a number of provisions that were agreed to. Back then, obviously, Alexcor and pre-democracy had the financial sustainability and was effectively running the operations, like I said, since 1928. Part of the deed of settlement was that there would be a transfer of the land and restoration of the land back to the community. The PSJV was then capitalized and provided with funding by Alexcor to the PSJV in the sum of 200 million rands. Further to this, there was 190 million that was paid as reparation and compensation over a period of 3 years to the Richtersveld Investment Holding Company. Further to that, there was a 50 million development grant that was supposed to be used for agriculture, and the transfer of the mariculture and the agricultural assets. Key issues that are outstanding from this deed of settlement and from the unanimous resolution. One is the payment of 45 million that's supposed to be paid as Alexco's compensation on the transfer of the residential properties. You will note in our disclaimer audits that we presented to yourself that one of our audit findings stems from revenue collection. So Alexco is the title holder of the properties that are on the land, on this area, the properties that you see when you came in. Those properties, in terms of the deed of settlement, they should have been transferred to the community and to also the municipality. There's a loan that is also outstanding. We have a difference in terms of how this loan is recorded.
Just a minute. Can we all put our phones on silent or switch them off? If technology is not on your side, take it out, because they are disrupting us. Can you proceed?
Thank you, Chair. So the township establishment, there were specific upgrades that were supposed to be effected by Alexco, and after those upgrades would be effected, the town would then be handed over to the municipality. The challenge where we sit now is the municipality does not have capacity to be able to carry the town. Capacity in terms of resources and more specifically financial resources to be able to manage the town. So Alexco sits. Yesterday we had to have an emergency meeting. As we speak to you, Alexco is sitting with 300,000, where's Franklin? 300,000 in its bank account, but it has a debt of 1 million plus to Eskom. It has a debt to SARS. And all of these debts are debts that are the running expenses of the PSJV and the town that were supposed to be transferred, but were not transferred and remain in the books of Alexco, and is part of the reason why we continue to have the audit findings that we do, specifically as it pertains to revenue collection, because we have people that are no longer employed by Alexco, that are living in the houses, but they are refusing to pay rent for those houses and are refusing to sign contracts that will make them liable to pay rent, which then creates that issue, that audit finding that says we can't appropriately record this revenue collection within our audit financial statements. The classification of the loan to Alexco also remains a challenge between ourselves and the Auditor General in terms of how that loan is classified. In terms of the deed of settlement, there was no provision for interest, for instance, for this particular loan. However, the loan was not repaid. And from the Auditor General's perspective, there should be interest charged. However, it's difficult to charge that interest because it was not contractually agreed to. Of significant impact is the environmental liability, the historic environmental liability that Alexco is sitting with. As the environmental liability was assessed last year, it is sitting at 400 million plus. What we have in trust for the rehab is 200 million plus. So effectively, there's a deficit within the trust to give effect to the rehabilitation obligations. So Yeah, I ran ahead of myself in terms of the presentation. However, as indicated, our core business is the mining of diamonds on land, in the rivers, and also in the beach within the North Coast. I have indicated that it is contract mining basis, and we operate within the shallow and the deep water marine mining. Our contractors are appointed by the PSJV. There is a tender process run in accordance with the PFMA that was conducted last year to identify and appoint certain contractors. We are at this stage. These some of the challenges that we've been having is the commissioning of the contractors and getting them to work. One of our issues as the board is to say, why are we not having these contracts so that, we can commence with production. Production is very low. In addition to the challenges that we have within the organization, you may be aware that the diamond price is also low internationally. And as such, it has affected the price at which the diamonds are sold. And now for us, so I'll be honest, in my view, and in light of the feedback that I'm receiving from finance and production, we may be on the verge of collapse, and I must be honest with you. Until we have these urgent measures that are put in place, and I believe it's important to have these measures in place because Alexco is a corporate citizen. It is a state-owned entity that employs resources from within the community. We have a lot of people that are dependent from jobs within this from this company. We also have a lot of contractors are from the area, and it is critical. For me, as chairperson of board, my priorities are three. It's governance, production, and delivering back to the community. However, if we can't get these two right, there's no way we're going to move forward with these other issues. And in order to be able, because the life of mine is not, is if I understand correctly, Mr. Losper, it's plus minus 10 years, right? So we need to have a sustainable program and a plan of action in place that will position Alexco in such a way that when the operation ceases, one, the area will remain economically active, but it will further be able to create future economic diversification into the Buchubai port project that is in the pipeline by government. So from our perspective, we need to find a way to have those measures in place that can rescue Alexco. So in terms of that slide just gives us an indication of the carats that have been produced over the past 4 years. You will see that there has been a sharp decline, though we're only halfway into 2025. But if you compare between from 2023, where we had the highest level of production, we dropped, and we are dropping further now. And as indicated, a consequence of this dropping, one is the issues within the organization, the production issues, contractual issues that we have with the contractors. But again, we cannot dismiss the issue of the diamond price. So it was also explained very nicely to me that the tariffs of the US have also had a substantial impact on the diamond price. And what was explained to me, and I need you to correct me where I'm wrong, Mr. Lobster and Mr. Kluter, is that our market, our main market for the sale of diamonds is India. However, India's market is, amongst others, the US. So the impact of the tariffs on India would impact us as an entity. The strategy, however, in terms of the measures that we are trying to put in place, is to expand our pool of contractors, to explore, and the reprocessing of the tailings dumps. I will however come to the challenges that we have in terms of processing of these tailing dumps. Further, we need, and this better management of oversight and oversight over the contractors, that is due to not having adequate human resources within the right positions in the organization that will be able to have management and oversight over the respective contractors. I've spoken to the increase of contractors to explore. Another issue that we need to do or is in the pipeline, but we are confined from a finance perspective, from a budgetary constraints perspective, is we understand, Mr. Lofso, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are reserves, potential, that can be explored with potential resources, but unfortunately there is not sufficient revenue to be able to conduct the exploration. So I'd like to start with our governance challenges. We have 2 boards, and I'd like to hope that you can agree with me to say that it is impractical and unnecessary to have 2 boards. That is why we closed when the interim board came in under Dr. Trish Hanokom. I was also part of the interim board. Mr. Fowler later joined us as acting CEO. One of the first things that we did was to close the Woodmead office because there's nothing happening there. The operations are there. Similarly, it does not make sense to have an Alexco board and a PSJV board. In our view, and this is the proposition that we have made to our PSJV colleagues, is to say, should we not be looking at a process where we consolidate this, because effectively everything is happening within the PSJV. We have, within these challenges, is the dysfunctionality of the board. Now, in fairness, I would say is that our RMC, and that's why I said I wish they were present, so it's not as if I'm speaking badly or ill of them in their absence. And I wish they were here to also correct where I have maybe mistaken in presenting what it is. But I think my colleagues around the room that we work with and that we sit on the board will attest to some of the things that I'm saying, together with our company secretary at the back. So our board is dysfunctional. Our RMC, the greater part of our PSJV, and remind you, I want to emphasize that the PSJV board is the most important within these 2 boards, because that is where the running of the operations happen. But when meetings are scheduled, probably since I've been on the board, probably, correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, but 70 to 80% of those meetings have had to be adjourned, because our RMC board members will decide the day before the meeting that they're not attending the meeting. They will only attend the adjourned meeting, because in terms of the deed of settlement, if the meeting gets adjourned, then that will constitute a meeting. But we have critical issues. The last meeting had to be cancelled. At that meeting, we had to make appointments of a panel for the appointment of a CFO, for the appointment of a finance manager. These things have to be deferred. We are now sitting with a finding from the Chief Inspector of Mines of various non-compliances that exist within the mine. One of those non-compliances is the absence of legal appointments that are required in terms of the Mine Health and Safety Act. We went through an advertisement process for the appointment of a GM. That process was duly advertised. The then chairperson of the board then selected from both the Elexco board members and the PSJV board members and selected us to sit on a panel that will interview the incumbent. The RMC member that was appointed felt that the process was unfair and he did not participate. And the chairperson said, listen, it would be unprofessional of us to cancel this meeting now on short notice. Let's proceed with the process and then we'll expand the pool. I myself there are minutes and everything. I myself was objecting to that process because I felt that the shortlisted candidate were not suitably qualified. But the chairperson called us to a meeting and said, let's discuss the challenges that you have. But we can't cancel the meeting. Let's rather have further interviews and extend the pool to invite additional candidates. And that's exactly what happened. And the candidates that this particular RMC member wanted were part of the shortlisted candidates which we interviewed. Then we followed a detailed process to conduct these interviews. It then comes to the board. Now, because in terms of the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution, the critical appointments within the board must be by unanimous resolution of the board. So the appointment of a GM must be by unanimous resolution. When we presented that, they rejected the recommendation and said they felt that the process was not unfair and we must run the process from scratch. Parallel to this is the Chief Inspector of Mines and the Principal Inspector of Mines coming to site with these non-compliances. Then we got a Section 54 stoppage. Then when that was in April. Then in May, when the Chief Inspector of Mines came, then he saw further transgressions and we got hit with more directives. I then said, in terms of the Companies Act and my understanding of the law, if there's a conflict between a contractual provision and a legislative provision, the legislative provision prevails. And it was on that basis that I felt that the provisions of the Mine Health and Safety Act and our duty to provide health and safety to workers and to comply with those directives far supersede our obligation to comply with the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution. And I will be honest with you that I took a decision to go against the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution because I feel as a board, if there's a fatality today in terms of Section 76 of the Companies Act, we have a fiduciary duty to make sure that this company runs. We have a fiduciary duty to ensure that the mine runs, but above all is the health and safety of workers and compliance thereto. And it's on that basis that I gave instructions to HR and I said, this is the interview with process that we followed. These are all the avenues that have been followed. We are going to appoint this GM. So that is where we are now. This week again, we had another board meeting to present what I have decided to the PSJV board. Again, they rejected to say that they stand by what they're saying and they're going to they will take us to court. And I'm very comfortable that the matter goes to court because I think we're dealing with a sensitive issue in terms of health and safety. So we have, however, instructed HR to have an independent party to conduct an assessment of the interview process in order for us to be able to proceed with the process. So that just gives some of the challenges. But another challenge, when we try and appoint a CEO, no, but this wasn't on the PSJV's letterhead, therefore we are rejecting. Now, mind you, they miss meetings, they don't attend meetings, then we have to go ahead with processes to get the right resource in place. Then when we get to interview process, then they reject the processes that we seek to follow. So as we sit here, since 2023, we don't have a permanent CFO and a permanent CEO by virtue of the discord that exists and the dysfunctionality that exists on the PSJV board. It then speaks to the issues that I'm telling you that of vacancies. The general mine manager's appointment in terms of the Mine Health and Safety Act was withdrawn by the Chief Inspector of Mines, by the Principal Inspector of Mines when they came here in April. So that is what created the urgency for us to make this appointment of a GM. That same CEO, his contract, acting GMM, his contract expired on the 4th of May, which is why there's that pressure to move with this appointment. However, again, we have that deadlock in terms of moving forward in terms of these appointments. As we sit here and as the feedback I'm receiving, it's absolute chaos of people doing as they please because there is no management on the mine. So, those the deed of settlement compliance challenge I spoke to, and those are the issues that I spoke to with regard to non-compliance to the PFMA that lead us to have the audit findings that we have. I've spoken to the issues of a permanent CEO, the CFO, supply chain management. I've spoken to the appointment of the issue of the GMM. We are trying to look into, training to develop and upskill people to understand PFMA compliance. However, the challenge that we have is that, and this is the challenge with not having management here, is that some of the people that we have also come with the mindset that the PSJV must not be compliant to the PFMA. And it may or it may not be correct, but there are still certain processes that need to be followed because Alexco is a 50% shareholder within this entity. And by virtue of that, we cannot have people that are within our operations that have an attitude that says we are not going to comply with the PFMA, we will disregard it. While you may feel that it may not apply, I believe that if we are as a collective and we are intended to make this ship work, we need to have the right resources in place with the right mindset that can say, okay, how can we make this work, as opposed to dismissing it completely. I've spoken to the operations and productivity challenge. I'd like to speak to the challenge that we have with litigation. As you're aware, Alexco was the subject of state capture. From that, there was investigations that were conducted, and various reports came. What would have come out of the findings of some of these investigations was there were certain employees that were employed by Alexco, and during their tenure of employment, used the institutional knowledge that exists with Alexco to apply for competing rights over Alexco's mining right area. One of those is Vast Minerals. Vast Minerals now had a prospecting right. Unfortunately, because that was done, the rights, and then were applied then, Section 96 of the MPRDA requires of you to submit an appeal within 30 days after having become aware of the administrative decision. And you can't, unfortunately, come back 4 or 5 years later and want to lodge an appeal. And because the people that applied for the rights were people within, they obviously would not object because they had their own interest and since left Alexco. What is worse in this particular challenge, and again, I wish our RMC directors were here. Our RMC directors have interest in vast minerals. And they tell us on the board that you have to drop this litigation. You are wasting taxpayers' monies because we want that mining to take place. But the challenge that we have is how do we, with the fiduciary duty to Alexco and to the PSJV, condone a party which let's forget about maybe state capture, but by virtue of having conflicted rights on our mining area. Now, initially, my view was that my understanding of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act is that you can have the right for different minerals on the same land, but you can't have the same right, the same right for the same commodity on the same piece of land. So my understanding was that, okay, but why don't we reach an agreement with Vast Minerals to allow them access, because they're mining heavy minerals, we're mining diamonds, then it shouldn't be an issue. However, when our technical guys study the scoping report that forms part of the mining right, it then discovers that the mining methodology that has been presented by Vast Minerals is a mining methodology that is akin to the mining of diamonds. So it then poses us a challenge, you know. But where we have a greater challenge is, like I'm saying, is that, okay. I'm not sure how far back sir wants me to go. Okay. So, when our...
Just a minute. You will go through me, Honorable Nchabile. Yeah. Proceed.
So, so VAST then progressed from prospecting to a renewal right. During this process, because we didn't appeal the prospecting rights, we then proceeded straight to court on various challenges to oppose the granting of the right to Vast Minerals. They have now applied for a mining right. So when our technical team assessed the scoping report and the technical documents relating to how Vast Minerals is going to conduct its operations, it transpires that their mining methodology is not one to mine heavy minerals. It's a mining methodology that mines diamonds. And it translates basically when they were extracting on our area, they will essentially be mining diamonds. And that is, for me, never mind the SIU report, but it's where we have a challenge in terms of concluding some sort of settlement within our agreement. But my personal greatest frustration is, while we are sitting as a board to say, how are we going to manage this litigation? Our RMC directors that sit on the board are the same directors that have an interest within Vast Minerals. Now, from a corporate governance perspective, King Codes, that is totally unheard of. It's a direct conflict of interest. that we're sitting with, and we then we are literally stuck. And what makes us stuck is that a Lexco is not actually a Lexco SOC. Is opposing the rights, but the rights are actually within the PSJV. So the PSJV must resolve on this. But because there's discord in the PSJV board, there's no resolution on this. And where the further problem is Lexco does not have money to be litigating. It's unnecessary litigation. I think if like I said, I personally felt initially when I heard, I thought this is something that we can settle on and there can be a mutually acceptable solution for both parties. Then another one is Matla. Matla, on the other hand, has been granted a prospecting right for diamonds directly on our land. And for me, again, that's unacceptable. But again, our RMC directors that sit on the PSJV board have concluded agreements with Matla for them to be able to have access to our rights and to have competing rights with the PSJV. I spoke to the issue of okay, so speaking to all of these challenges, we have gone through a process in terms of which we are trying to reduce operational costs. Some of our plants have been put under care and maintenance, particularly because there's no money to be able to run the plants. Retrenchment, we haven't gone that route yet, and I don't think it's something we'd like to entertain. I think if we can get the governance and production right, and we can make these appointments, I don't think we should be speaking about retrenchments. I honestly think that the moment we can get production right, we will see a degree of sustainability. Another challenge that we have with our contractors is the revenue split. They want a higher revenue split. We differ to that, but it's a matter of contractual negotiation. But it must be noted that within all of these challenges, particularly in 2023, we did see some...
Yeah, just a minute. Honorable Jabila.
Okay. All right. So...
is it the link of retrenchment and production?
No. What I'm saying is, if we can increase production, we will be able to generate more revenue that will create the financial sustainability that we need to be able to keep the operations running and be able to avoid retrenchments. Did I answer, sir? Okay. So we did see an improvement within the profit margins in 2023. However, they did drop, again, largely through the internal challenges that we have, but also the drop in the diamond price has also had significant challenges. So I'll ask you, Franklin, just to speak to the financial performance and the slides as it relates to finance, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the financial performance that we predicted over on the table is over a period of 4 years. And if we look at the revenue from 2021 financial year, 2024.
Can you turn that light towards you?
This one. Okay. It's good. All right. So there was an increase in the revenue from 2021 to 2024. Also, the gross profit merely consists of your revenue and your cost of sales, which is the contractor's revenue portion. And from the 2021 financial year, from 37, it went down to 21%. So although there's a revenue increase in the revenue from the 158 million to 562 million, there's also Sports Financial. So were the things that led to the disclaimer also this year. And obviously at the time when there was no appointments in the financial strength position, there was retrenchments. So your assets control, your asset officer was also transferred at that time. So now this is the phase, I think, for the last year or few that we try to rebuild, try to build to get those key vacancies in place. There was also strength of writing procedures, not reviewed, not updated. And if you had an internal audit every year, those were the custodians that can address, especially internal controls, annual procedures, performance management procedures, and so on. So that is the real part that stems from the disclaimer this year, and the root causes. And also what we try to see from the audit improvement plan, the resource that we require, because unfortunately, I think for the last 2 years, we try to manage, especially in finance, with the limited resources. But if you try to juggle 2 balls at the same time, you will have to somewhere drop one of them. And that is why we're trying to get out of this disclaimer. We had the disclaimer again. So 2025 financials, we didn't submit our annual financial statements to National Treasury at the 31st of May because it was not ready, because in 2023 we had 2 audits in the space of 6 months because of delay. And now we're trying to get our house in order, trying to get the resources, the appointments of those vacant positions, and then additional services from outside to address the fixed assets and best infrastructure compliance on the various loans. And that's why we have this audit improvement plan to see that we can submit our financial statements end of August, beginning of September, and then let the audit then start. For us, then we know we're not going to move from a disclaimer to an unqualified audit at this point in time, but at least move out of the disclaimer opinion. And obviously give a better opinion. I think the last time the manager said Alesco is the only one in his department that received a disclaimer. And then obviously we as management, but obviously those additional resources, we will then have to make sure that obviously move out of that disclaimer. On that budget, although the 22.5, we're trying to work around because of our current cash flow issues. We're trying to work around and see about getting those resources and also follow the PFA process in order to get value for money. There is just an overlay of the audit improvement plan. It also covers various areas. I think again on the human resource side, we are alluding to the vacancy positions, which is the key positions for both the PHJV and Alesco, and obviously to send out RFQs to get additional service providers to assist in various areas as your supply, especially on the irregular expenses. Those need to be investigated and then taken further. Next slide, please. So all of that is addressing, especially on the tax matters. To date, Alesco is non-compliant with SARS, or we're non-compliant in income tax. We are in default with SARS around over 20 million on VAT that they did an audit on. So those are the things, returns, the income tax returns not submitted because there was no CFO, there was no financial manager in finance for Alesco. So those are quite a lot of those challenges, and all of these things for the last 2 years were included into that disclaimer because really the auditors couldn't really express an opinion on those figures in their financial statements, and that is the big one that alluded to the disclaimer. But to date, we are busy recruiting some of those resources in, or getting those resources in, follow the PFMA route, getting the service providers to assist. Sales and marketing, that was only where I put on that was a mining right renewal that is being done. So on the part of the sales and marketing and the revenue, I know there's the chairperson alluded to rental income on Alesco side. But the PSJV side, you talk about the revenue income, the diamond sales. And from that report, Chair, there was no finding on the diamond sales for 2024-2025, meaning that is the crunch of the operations currently, the PSJV. And I think those are matters that are taken to the portfolio committee by contractors. But for that sales and marketing, the process of that and the revenue and the accounting of that revenue into the books, that was not disclaimed by the orders as per the, I think the order report is still in draft format. Next slide, Carmine. I think that covers the disclaimer part and the financial performance, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kluter. Mr. Losper, I'll just ask you to speak briefly to our operational challenges and also the issue of illegal mining, though I understand it has subsided, but I'd appreciate your input on the operational issues and production issues.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if I can speak on behalf of the security manager, that there is on the illegal mining, we have zero incidents for quite a while, so it is a controlled environment in this area. If we can recall, there was a time back in the Kleinse area where there was fairly illegal operations, which in a sense was overlapping to our side, but it was more or less mostly on that area, and from our side it is fairly under control. On the operational side, on the compliance portion, is that based on the challenges that we have with the contractors and the recent visits that we have, like the Chair alluded to on the visits of the inspectorate, we received a 54, which we presented last month, and which been pardoned, and that was mainly on operational issues on safety devices, etc. And the challenges that we currently have with contractors is that Chair alluded to the commissioning process. On the one hand is that it is imperative to have a compliance on the Mine Health and Safety Act, and which is a time-years process that we follow. However, we listened to how we can streamline, not to downside the compliance, the safety compliance in compliance to the Mine Health and Safety Act. We are now seeing if we can computerize and see if we can fast track the activities and make it a smoother transition for the contractors, so that we can have, with this new contractors that are coming on board, so that we can have quicker access to the mine and not quicker access to be non-compliant or not to have a fully compliant operation in terms of the contractors entering the mine. We are of the opinion that the plus 60 contractors that's now received in the tender process, new contractors, we already started with the commissioning process, and we are hopeful that soon that these challenges in terms of upping up of our production will be enhanced. Chair also alluded to with the visit of the minister. We also had a delegation that included the chief inspector and also the principal inspector. They also indicated some shortfalls that we had. I am sure that we also appreciate that in terms of the challenges that we have and the money constraints, that we also have to go through processes of the PFMA and so on. But we are fairly on track with the action plan that we have to make sure that we have even the low-hanging fruits And it comes to, we took you through the mine now. You would see the buildings is old. You could see that it really needs painting. You can really see that is the area that presents a quick rust because of the mine area. So we constantly need to upgrade those. And we are sure that, and we are certain that we will be in a position when the permanent positions has been put in place and ensuring continuous systems that's been put in place, that we will be in a position to have a 100% compliance mine, and that we will be in good partnership with the contractors in order to ensure that we sure that they also participate in ensuring that the compliance are. I just need to mention also that there was an earlier question when we were on the mine in terms of issuing contractors. We must also bear in mind that we also have an obligation to the local community, hence that there is a very large percentage of the local communities that has been issued with contractors, with contracts, and they are on a financial side, is they're also sitting with constraints that bears a burden with the compliance. I just made a simple example the other day by saying the compliance is that a light vehicle in the mine must be equipped with a rollover protection, and that system inside the vehicle costs 18,000 rand. And if you don't have that type of money, it becomes a challenge. If the contractor is in arrears with his insurance, with his workmen, it becomes a challenge for him to come on board. So we're trying to manage and see how best we can within making sure that we comply, make sure that we have proper contractors in partnership going forward. And we are really positive that with the new contracts coming on board and the process that we are going to follow in terms of ensuring compliance and also in line with the action plans which we submitted in terms of the Mine Health and Safety Act requirements, that we will all align those, and that we will have soon, we will allude to some of the challenges that we have in terms of making sure that when the contractors come on board, we will have a continuation of our current safety history and making the mine safe in terms of caring for our human beings, which we do, and then also ensure that we up the production and not reckless production, seeing that we have challenges with constraints of cash, that we will have a good balance going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to make a slight addition to Mr. Lospa's presentation, specifically on the issues of the contractors and part of the issues that has led us to the decline in production. So we had discovered that the process to appoint the contractors was irregular, and we then had to restart the process to do it in accordance with the PFMA. And that is part of the reason why there were delays in appointing contractors, and which then also impacted production. I wanted to address the issue of BEE and contracts. So yeah, myself being black and female, I'm quite unapologetic about black economic empowerment. Specifically women and youth. And one of the things that we picked up, certainly I did as an interim board when we were reviewing the contracts, was that a lot of them didn't have BEE. And we then instructed management that the contracts that are to be developed, and mind you, this is a critical skill that we are dealing with. So it's not easy to get black companies that are actually operating. But they do exist. That's my issue. They do exist, and those that do not have capacity we instructed that they be capacitated through the contracts. So whatever contracts are being awarded that are non-BE compliant must have specific incorporations within their clauses to make sure that there's a skills transfer and ownership transfer, and there's a progression plan. Most significant for me as well, and I'm sure the other board members as well, is the issue of local empowerment and ensuring that the locals are, reap the fruits of the resources within this area. And fortunately, when we had the minister that came with, was also accompanied by the MEC on the 16th of May, when we had the site visit, one of the issues that arose is the fact that we have a shortage of divers. And the MEC's office fortunately extended her office to say that there is a specific CETA program in place in terms of which the divers we identified, or the potential divers, will be taken through a program in terms of which they will be upskilled to be able to meet the requirements of diving. Critically as well, what I have discussed with management is that in reviewing our SLP, one of the critical elements that we need to look at is the element of human and resources development. And my belief is that we need to start at the level of youth, where we identify key performing youth within the community, and as part of our social and labor plan, have skills development bursary programs in place to allow these youth to be funded, the local youth to be funded by Alexco for their studies, and then come back with their skills to be able to service the mine. So those are some of the mitigation measures that we have in place. We have also presented to you the challenges. They are big. I welcome, personally, I speak on behalf of the board to say any investigation on Alexco or whatever petition that is there to investigate any irregularities within Alexco is welcome. I think it is incumbent upon us as South Africans, having the mess that these SOEs have gone through, to repair them and bring them back to financial sustainability where we can. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll hand over back to yourself. Thank you. Chair, I believe lunch is ready to be served, so I'll hand over to yourself and you'll guide us as to how and when we'll break. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the board. Lunch will have to wait a bit, I guess. Can we have the lights on? Yes, because we are done with the presentation. When we are done with Alexco, is then that we'll go to lunch and come back and deal with organized labor. So one of the members was saying, hey, we are very late, man. Yeah, here we'll work until we finish. If we finish at 8, we'll have to do that. And I understand he just joined us, so welcome, Honorable Nchabeling. We work until we are done. Yeah. So that is the presentation, honorable members. I will open for engagement. We may slightly differ on the approach that we have adopted, and go back to our original one, because the setting does not allow interrogation. We are here to get info. And it helped that we started at the site, because now we're able to plug what you are giving us and the practicality. Chairperson, you kept saying that if we were to improve on production, probably our problems would go or would be better. I still don't understand why production is low. Or decreased, carrots and all of that. Is it contractors mining in a wrong place? What changed from what they used to do in 2022, 2023, for them to go down from 23,000 to 10,000? What is happening there? Can somebody explain why production went down? Because I don't think production would be affected by the fact that you don't have a CFO or a manager or whatever. I assume production happens there where we were. I'm just not getting it. What is happening? You know, Chairperson, the back and forth of these two boards, when you are appointing somebody, they differ with you and all of that, will need to be sorted. Will need to be sorted, and I don't know how, but I guess that's why you are here. Now that you know that there's a problem, what is your plan? What is your plan to get out of this issue, this problem? Because it's a problem. And you are not going to move if you don't sort it out. So what is the plan to sort it out? And I hear that the handing over of the township to the community or the municipality was supposed to be concluded around 2013, is it? How far are we? What is delaying it now? Because you can't keep accumulating debt for something that, and I'm not in any way implying that you can just hand it over. It's as simple as that. But what is the problem? Handing it over so that you get out of this debt. This question goes to the department. If I heard you correctly, you said Matla is given a permit where there is already an existing right. Did I capture you correct? Who did that? Because I don't understand why somebody would do that. But it's not for you. They are here. They will respond. Why have they done that? The non-compliance, and if I heard you correct, you are attributing it to contractors, that they don't comply, they don't do this and that. Why do you have them? I assume that when you contract somebody, they sign terms and conditions. Or maybe let me throw it to you that let's not say non-compliance. Let's be specific. What is it that constitute this non-compliance. You made an example of the local ones that are mining. You'll find that you made an example of a car that needs something that will cost 18,000 and all of that. The other ones, what is it that they are not doing right for it to constitute non-compliance? You see, small businesses fail to execute their mandate because they don't have funds, they don't have money. I think that's an excuse. You know, when we went to Sibanye last year, Sibanye understood that it has a problem with the to support small businesses. It's not charity, they are loaning them. So they give you a job, you fulfill it. When they are supposed to pay you, they take their rates. Whether it's over a period of time or immediately, but they assist you to do the job. Because they understand that if they don't assist you, one, they won't be complying in giving back to the community. But two, their business gets affected because you're not completing what you are supposed to complete. Why are you not looking at that option where you establish a fund, assist a disadvantaged person, but they pay back? Whichever way, you will recover your money. But to just throw hands and say, no, but it's not compliant, it doesn't have money. Yes, it doesn't have money. Where is it going to get money? That's why it's called disadvantaged, previously disadvantaged. And it's for your, it's your responsibility, I think, to help them. And I'm just throwing this model because it's working there in Sibanye. Honorable members, can I take hands of people who want to engage? It's almost everybody. Okay. So we'll start from you, Mem Fugeng. Can I get a sense of who is going to answer that question that I directed it to the department? Is it you? Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation. My first question will be on governance. I would like to know what policies are in place to ensure transparency and accountability, and how is stakeholder engagement managed and documented. My second question will be on mining operations. I would like to know how does the company ensure compliance with local and international mining regulations. My third one will be on illegal mining. I would like to know on illegal mining, how does the illegal mining impact your operational, financial, and reputational risk? Also on disclaimer audits, I would like to know what types of disclaimers have auditors issued in past financial or operational audits, and what were the underlying causes for any disclaimer of opinion? And lastly, Chairperson, on challenges, I would like to know what risks does the company face from geopolitical or community relation issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to go quickly, oh, we don't have long. I wanted to go to the slide on the financials, where there were problems with regards to the finances. Okay, just a quick one. I couldn't see where Alexco has challenges, particularly because there was a reflection on the first slide where you did the presentation where you spoke about the 200 million capitalization, 100 million which was paid, 190 which was paid to community development, as well as the 50 million paid to community development. What is the current status? What does Alexco sit with right now in terms of its debts? Is it cash positive or cash negative? And if it were to, sort of issues around the operability, what is required to get it up and running to survive for the next 5 years at least? So that's one of the first questions. The other element of the question is this mining rights competition. There's already 2 mining rights applications on the same right. I don't understand how that happened, because we have to take DMR now into almost questioning on this issue, because 2 applications are approved on 1 already existing mining right. How is that possible? This is something that we want to understand, how it did even happen that you have mining rights approved. The question of this company, is it Matla Consortium, the mining company, or what is this Matla company? I just wanted to know that one. The other thing is, according to the finances here, it shows that you're making obscene amount of money, but somehow the company does not survive. I mean, your profitability, your revenue is high, and your expenses are quite well maintained. But when it comes to the element of surviving Alexco as an operation, I mean, 2024, this is in terms of revenue on 2024, it's cash positive, but it's performing bad as an organization. From a financial point of view, all you need to see is what is currently the asset, what is the current cash position of the organization, the percentage of net profit, why is it currently at a -12, plus on top of it, issues of irregular are minor at this stage. Why is Alexco not making it when it's actually cash positive in terms of producing revenues that are supposed to be sustaining it and making it self-sustainable? But yet we see that there is issues of, almost, I think it's a management issue, totally a leadership problem. But the other part of it is there was a decline in terms of your diamond production, in terms of revenues, and yet you still made some money throughout the process, So somehow when you look at this particular leadership style, you start noticing problems. I can tell you more can be done to even almost increase the revenue yield out of this particular process if processes were in place. We noticed throughout, from the point we left here right up to the, I think, port, harbor, and then coming back, the infrastructure is totally ridden off. It's derelict. Buildings are non-functional. Your security fencing does not exist. You go into your plant, you could see the plant is aged. Infrastructure in the plant has not been maintained or refurbished. It's still using old technology in terms of diamond sorting, as well as a crushing process. So there's major questions in terms of that issue of security, particularly. How do you secure the process? And the other element of it is there is a huge complaint that we received previously that there's a lot of stolen diamond processes happening under management control, and then part of it is what management doesn't know what is happening. There's illegal diamond, mining onto the ocean, as well as a bed floor or whatever. And These are things that is actually affecting Alexco, and Alexco does not have the capacity to operate almost successfully now, and you're pushed out by your own internal competitors out of the market. This is unacceptable. This company should have been literally what it did previously in terms of supporting the community of the community here. It should have managed to continue that, or Alexander Bay. It should have continued that, but we see the decline. The jobs are going down. The infrastructure has not been maintained in the last 30 years, not even a paint and whatever. You know, the place looks like you are still in apartheid days, so not much was done to really make sure you give this its life that it's actually due. Whereas the mine is still continuing. People are profiting, and some big-name businessmen are involved in this particular mining operations. What is the problem at the heart of it? Is it leadership, or is it the fact that government has not given a special attention to this? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chen. Thank you for the presentation. I think, Chairperson, on first instance, I think you said Alesco is on the verge of collapsing. But when one are looking in terms of the infrastructure and you are going in on the plant itself, you are sitting and you are looking, but the mine is actually collapsing if you look in terms of it. Because there's no controls in terms of financials, there's no governance controls in many of the aspects. 2023, 2024, your financials on the irregular expenditure, 19.2 million on irregular expenditure for that year, and that has been the highest one for the 4-year period. What is that irregular expenditures on, and what measures have been put in place to curb that? Because we don't want to see that putting over into fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because it's such a high amount, 19 million, it's a lot of money. So we'd like to check what is the controls to curb that, and that it doesn't reoccur. And then you made you spoke about the rentals that you are having, the properties that Alexco is having, and people don't want to sign their rental agreements. But I think the onus is on you. If you are owning that houses, I mean, you have rights in terms of law to hold those individuals accountable that are staying in those houses and collect revenue or rent for the houses that they are staying in. And those that are not employed anymore in Alesco, what is the story there? You know, so that you don't sit with an issue that you are having rentals. It's like me being a member of parliament, and I'm no longer a member of parliament, but I forcefully want to still have a state house and want to stay in and having those benefits, not being a member of parliament. Then I want to ask, the chair have also asked this question, because it's the second time that when you came to the committee, you have made this statement to us as well about the 2 boards. And I think it's persistence, and you're not going to get anything right if you it's 2 boards running, because they're going to forever shoot down. What processes are you really putting in place so that when we are coming back in the next 6 months to Alesco, we are not having this reoccurrence that we are still having 2 boards running at the same time? Then I agree with my colleague. Much of your operation is very manual driven. And I'm looking in terms of, there's no, technology has advanced so much. You can sit at one site and control and see the whole plant and restart the plant and stop the plant from one switch. And I'm just looking in terms of your plant and your security protocols in terms of controlling the diamonds from the one. You still work with a lock system. Now anyone can have a key to that lock. It's very manual controllable. So I think technology have changed in terms of maybe perhaps fingerprint and something like that, systems that you can safeguard your processes. Because if you are having activities or previous reporting activities of illegal mining somewhere in your system or illegal trading within your system, one needs to curb that in some way or form and check within your process where can you strengthen your security protocols. And there's a lot of security protocols that we have seen that, and I can't even say this on television, Chair, because I don't want the plant security or safety of workers to be compromised. But I think much more needs to be done in terms of security, in terms of securing the plant. And I think, yeah, on the last one, I just want to check in terms of the appointment of contractors. When you are going out for tendering of these contractors, and then my company, Natasha Holdings, applied to get a contract, what is the time frame of Natasha's Holdings contract to go and mine a specific area? And then when it opens up again, can Natasha get again a contract again? Is there fair play amongst others so that when Selepe wants to mine and is an up-and-coming contractor, so that Natasha, that have been 10 years, 15 years within the industry, doesn't hold back Selepe that have just enter or trying to penetrate the space, so that there's fairness, and we don't just give Natasha Holdings all of the contracts because we are so comfortable with Natasha because she have this experience, forgetting about Selepe that is an upcoming contractor that also want to penetrate within the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the presentation. First one, I just want to get the clarity here from the presentation that there's two sets of board. I'm just quickly checking whether both board members, the parallels, about presence in the house. I'm just checking that. Then secondly, I want to check here, after the successful of the land claim by the community of Richfield community, whereby it is created and rectified the historical injustice through this land claim. Then the commission understood that the SSI was awarded this profitable contract without possessing a diamond license. Why was that? That's the first question. Two, with the false allegations that been said by my other colleague of a dual mining right, but I'm in a position of that the company that you, the Vast Mineral, actually applied for prospecting right, and it is not true that the Vast Mineral was actually has applied for the diamond extraction, because the prospecting right that is in front of me, it states very clear the minerals that it has. The reason why it was not declined is it allowed that if you're not applying for what is currently been applied for, of which the Alesco is mining the diamond, then the Vast Mineral has applied for heavy minerals, loose octane, also a heavy mineral, monazite, heavy mineral, rutile, heavy mineral, and zirconium ore. All on a portion 8 and portion 9 of farm number 1 and farm 155 in the administration district. And then I'm checking why would your expertise, I don't know whomsoever, that is claiming that they've been applied for the diamond, but this prospecting, it's clearly that only heavy minerals that being applied for. Secondly, why would the company fight? Yes. It's my research.
If you don't know it, you are just saying you don't know it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to check with the company that you took it 6 times to the court. Why did you spend so much time fighting an emerging company so many times and you lost all your attempts to court? Why you put such effort in fighting the small emerging company that is not even in your competition, is totally mining a different commodity from what you are mining? Why was that effort? In your 3rd attempt, you didn't realize that you are actually wrong of what you are doing. Also the department, because the section 54 that was posed to Alesco, that all the money spent to court where Alesco was fighting with this company, it needs to be paid back. Did you push and emphasize that as a department? Because the section 54 from the department, that was actually the court judgment that was given to Alexco to pay the cost of vast mineral for the solid 6 attempts that you failed to win even a single one in court. I need the clarity on that. I think the last one, Chair, I don't see the presentation of Alesco speak of any transformation or any future plan with the transformation. It's not a true reflection of you really want to transform the black upcoming businesses. There's no transformation here. That one needs to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, I think we just need to speak and address, I think, I'm not sure whether could it be referred to as the elephant in the room or what, but I think the root causes of the problems in Alesco is the governance issues. If the governance issues are sorted, I think the entity would be able to be operational and make profits and sustain the needs even of the community. And I think the other issue that we are facing here is that the RMC needs to be the culprits of the governance issues that are being faced. Hence, I think the chair spoke about the number of board meetings which they failed to attend, or they did not want to attend. So I think the culprits that we just need to find a way of dealing with them, it is the RMC. It's either they want to collapse the entity or they are profiting from the dysfunctionality, one of the two. It cannot be that people who want the entity to function, benefit the community, create jobs and grow, would behave the manner in which they are behaving. But the question perhaps I need to first ask is the ownership structure perhaps not leading to the dysfunctionality? Because it seems as if there is split interests, whereby the SOE on its side has got certain interests, and the RMC on the other side have got another set of different interests. Is the ownership structure perhaps not the reason why there's this type of dysfunctionality? And when you engage the department on these governance issues, how has the engagement been with the department and the ministry to sort out all of these governance and operational issues? The other issue is in relation to the strategy now to turn around the entity. Do you have timelines? I remember that we met 2023, we met last year, and again there was another engagement this year. But now I think to make the committee to be comfortable, the issue of timelines are important to know that the plan, it is to ensure that there's a fully functional board, the vacancies need to be filled, but at a particular time, instead of addressing or highlighting the problem, but not attaching time frames as to when the problem is going to be fixed. Then the other issue, if the PSJV and municipality issues were to be ironed out, would Alesco be in a good financial position? Then the last question, what are the plans to turn around the low production that was recorded in the previous years? Because I think once production is able to be pushed, I think the other issues of profitability would be sorted out. The last one, very, very last one, the RMC, in your observation, are they deliberately sabotaging the entity? Because I do not want us to maybe deal with the other issues of governance, of production, yet there's a case of the RMC with clear intentions of wanting to sabotage the entity, because if that's the case, then it means there's going to be a big struggle. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to shoot straight to my questions. My first question is with regards to contractors. How are they selected? You mentioned earlier that there was the way that they were selected was irregular, but you didn't mention how was it irregular. Then the second one is with regard to contractual terms. Are they different from contract to contract? And if they are, what is the applicable rationale with regards to that? Has there been instances where the security personnel have been implicated in diamond theft? If there has been, what was done to ensure that never happens again? Then with regards to land and marine tailings, what is the process for reprocessing them? So what is the procedure? Who has right over that? Then the other one was the case with Alexco versus DFFE. What is the status of the Kofa Dam's issue? What is the status of that particular case? Mafic rocks still being used by Alexco to construct these Kofa dams. The other one is with regards to the issue of, I believe it's vast mining versus Alexco. The Minister of the Den, Mineral and Energy Department was the fourth respondent in that case, I believe. Did he give an explanation why he hasn't supported Alexco? Because I believe when the appeal was denied, I believe Alexco had to pay the cost of that particular case. And what is the status of that case? the last time I think the appeal was dismissed with costs. I think that was September last year, if I'm not mistaken. So what is the current status of that particular case right now? Vast Minerals, I believe, was given a prospecting right. I think it was for sand mining. So how would this interfere with diamond mining? You do say that when you looked at their plan, it looked like they would be mining diamonds. Now, granted, I don't know really mining plans and all of that, but how did you reach that conclusion that they would be actually mining diamonds? And what has stopped you besides, I believe you said it's the RCM that has stopped you from maybe negotiating terms outside of court so that you are able to save on costs. But besides that, is there another reason that you can't actually have this negotiation with them outside of court? And have you asked the department to intervene because they are the granting authority, and if there are any cases with regards to that, they would have to be involved? The other one, who markets, evaluate, and sell diamonds for Alexco? Is it a third party? Because there was a case where I believe the person who was evaluating the diamonds was not sufficiently qualified or sufficiently experienced, and they had to be sent for some training, I believe, before in the past. What is the case with regards to that? Are you confident now on the evaluator that they are sufficiently qualified and sufficiently experienced? Are they a third party, or is it someone internal within Alexco? I think I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation by Alexco. Chair, it is really concerning to see an entity which is meant to be a vehicle for transformation at the verge of collapsing. In fact, Chair, this report for me, it's like the report that we got, I think it was last year, when they came to present to the committee. According to me, nothing has changed. It's the same presentation that we got. And Chair, I don't know, I want to make some recommendations. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues said, because I also had all the items that they've raised on my notes. So I want to make a recommendation, Chair, that we request Parliament to have a special forensic audit into maladministration, mismanagement, and also potential corruption since the formation of PSJV. Because I don't understand. There is production, but there's no progress. And also the issue of governance, it's concerning. You are not complying in terms of Companies Act when coming to the issue of the board. So that's number one. And I did not hear anything on your presentation regarding the staff complement of Alexco. How many employees are you having, and how many women are in your company, and also in your senior management? How many women are represented? And I also want to check, do you have any cases of gender-based violence in your company? I did not hear anything about it. Sorry, you will pardon me. Women in mining, GBV issues, yes. close to my heart. And my last point, Chair, do you have any cases of, have you ever had cases of missing diamonds? We did the walkabout, and the guys were telling us those bags are heavy and what and what not. But did you ever had any cases of missing diamonds? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just for those who may have forgotten, my name is Fasiha Hassan. I am a member of this committee. A few important things, Chair. And I'm going to start or follow on from what Honorable Zungula spoke about, the inverted commas elephant in the room of the RMC board members and directors. I think we must be very open and honest that it is legally delinquent, the behavior that's been done. This is not an opinion. There is a law. There are multiple pieces of legislation that have been violated. And if this was any other company, whether in the private sector or the public, you would be declared delinquent, you would be removed, you would be charged in your personal capacity, and you would have to probably pay money back. And so to follow on from what other members have said, this is effectively the process that needs to now happen. And it's really unfortunate, Chair, and we say it with a heavy heart because, and I really do wish that the RMC component was here. Because the reality is that how this matter has been managed will now be used as a reasoning to prevent further land restitution and opportunities for communities in the country who are extremely deserving of land that they were dispossessed by the actual apartheid government. And it's important to say this because through the actions of certain selfish individuals, an entire community is suffering. We came here, in fact, I'm so happy we came here to see how our community, just driving in, you can see the level of unemployment, the level of poverty, the level of difficulty, and you see it in people's faces. So I really do wish the RMC collective was here because we need to understand and we need to hear from them. And I know we'll be meeting with parts of the community, but I think it is important for us to hear from those who are delinquent to justify their actions and for us to understand how we got to this very point. Because it will be used, unfortunately, as a reason behind why case studies like this present a challenge. And I think that's quite sad, and I think that's, in fact, the biggest motivation to turn it around. I also want to know, Chairperson of the board, you know, you've spoken to those non-core assets, the township, the town, the airport, etc. Several of those need to be addressed. Some need to be disposed of, some need to be transferred, etc. But effectively, we need to understand what will allow Alex Gore to function optimally and to actually focus on the core mandate, which is mining diamonds in the various ways, while, of course, working with the PSJV. But what can be done, what kind of support is required for you to actually address those non-core assets and those commitments? I'm also interested in and want to understand on the land, on the carrots, but particularly the land carrots. I understand it's June, but it's mid-year. It's extremely low. It's much lower than it was last year. Even the beach carrots, and I understand technically there's less so, but there's a significant decline. I echo the sentiments. Is it sabotage? Is it also a challenge of contractors who, because of their own issues, now also don't want to or are not incentivized? We need to understand what the core issue is there. I'm also interested to know where our diamonds are cut and polished. Is that in India? Is that happening here? What level of beneficiation of the diamonds happens in the country? Also important to note, and it must be said for the record, the PFMA is not a choice. It's not a nice to have. It's a legally binding document. It is a legally binding piece of legislation. You can't choose not to obey the PFMA, especially if you want money from the state, especially if you want money from the Fiscus and National Treasury. And it must be said that if you don't want to abide by the PFMA, then there will be no money from the National Treasury. And I agree, Chair, you're not saying yourselves, but it must be said on record for those who will watch this meeting later that the PFMA is not a choice. It must be obeyed. Otherwise, there will be no money from the National Fiscus at all. And that's when you can go to jail. It must be said. If you steal money from public coffers, you will go to jail. And it must be overemphasized at this stage because it's very, very clear and Chair, I'm really sorry to say it in this manner, but it's like a Mickey Mouse process that's been run here. That's not how you run a company, and I'm glad you acknowledge that, Chair. Two last points before I hand over. This is to the, well, the minister's not here, but to DMPR and to the minister's team. Chair, it doesn't matter where we go in the country, it doesn't matter which company or group you're speaking to, they all say the same thing to us. The matter of pegging, the matter of double granting of mining rights, it's a complete crisis. And we will not grow in terms of economic development, in terms of mineral beneficiation, until the department sorts this out. And this is a case in point here of exactly what we've been saying. And yes, we keep hearing about the cadastral system, but we as a committee now need to also come down extremely hard on the department, because we keep hearing the same problem and we keep hearing the same sorts of solutions and nothing's really happening. During this morning's oversight, I don't know if your name is Paul, I don't want to get it wrong, yes. You sort of hinted that the future of this mine lies in changing the mining method. Could you elaborate? You mentioned the deep sea and the mid-sea sort of mining, if you could take us through that, but also echoing modernization, what kind of new tech? What also needs to happen for that, Chair? You know, I know we're in a crisis now, we need to get the governance under control, but it almost needs to happen in parallel where you are getting other sorts of investors and other sorts of opportunities for us. And if you can also expand on the Buchubai point, is that an opportunity for Triple P? Is there opportunities here for green hydrogen? What can the future look like for Alex Core? I think the questions on revenue have been asked. Diamond production. Okay, the last point. The AG basically spoke about a need for temporary and permanent capacity at Alex Core, and they recommended a secondment from DMPR for that capacity. Has that been explored or investigated or considered? Because that might also help as a temporary measure to get the company back on better footing in terms of governance. Chair, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. There's a point that we discussed when we were on site, and you responded to it, but I want it on record. The issue of payments of diamonds in different prices because of the size of your boat. Do you remember that question I asked? If you could... so I said to you, Mr. Crathon alleged that in your operations here, when somebody owns a big boat and somebody owns a small boat, the one with a small boat will be paid less for the same kind of diamonds. Now, those bags that are there are the same quantity if I look at it, and it shouldn't be that the same diamond is paid differently because of a boat. So you responded, but I want it on record so that when we compile a report, we start from there. I also want you to speak about your relationship as management, as the company, with organized labor. And I'm saying that because they are here, and when we are done here, they will have to speak openly about your relationship with them from their perspective. So I'm offering you a fair opportunity to do that. Over to you, Chairperson of the Board.
Thank you, Chairperson and your team. It's quite a lot of questions, and if Chair may indulge me, I will answer where I can, and then I'll also hand over to the team for support. Okay. So Chair's first question was the cause of the decrease in production. So the first issue, as indicated, was that the manner in which the contracts were awarded appeared to be irregular. And in answering the question of saying how were they irregular, there was no process, and there appeared to be a degree of interference, and hence we had to stop that process and go out on a proper tender process and appoint the appropriate contractors. The second cause of the low production, particularly between 2024 to date, is also the issue of the diamond price that has been depressed. So while on the hand, we've reduced production because of stopping contractors from working, and then concurrently with that, the diamonds that we are selling are not at the levels that they should be, and as a consequence, decrease the ability for the entity to be able to generate an income. On the issue of I'm not sure if you want to add, Mr. Lospo, on the issue of production.
I just wanted to add when it comes to the non-compliance, and I can maybe add to that portion to increase.
Chair, if I may, on the production. So the decrease in production, I think it was asked why on the various land, beach, marine, and why there was production of 23,000 and now 9,000. Must remember there's various areas, especially on the land and the beach and marine. One of those cases in the beach, and I think I will also answer on the copper dam, relating some of the beach production came from copper dam in the past years. To date, that copper dam production was stopped because of that investigation still undergone on the copper dam. So that was a reduction in the beach. On the land area, there was an area identified in the past. I think Mr. Fowler alluded to it on the site. We call it Witvoorkop. That is a land mining area. So for years, no production came out of that mining area, land area. And then a contractor went in there with more capital, and then that production went up. So that is the difference why there was a reduction in the production from the previous years in 25. Now that land mining contractor, that side, that halted production because there was no more production coming from that side. Most of the land areas, and if you start with the 200 million rand that was given to the PSJV based on the deed of settlement, and it also refers to start of the exploration. So this first phase of the PSJV was for exploration. But if you look at the 200 million rand cash injection from the government, that 2 million rand was supposed to cover for a plant, was to cover for earth-moving equipment, and was to cover for getting a start-up cost for the PSJV. So even on the exploration side, some of that was part, but for the vast area of the 80 kilometers for the land, so there was not sufficient funds for the exploration to explore. So what happened in Maisvlak was the starting point as you come in to on your way to Alexander Bay, 10 kilometers, you will have driven past the Maisvlak area. That was the only one that they did exploration. So that exploration, 2 million was for exploration, and then the company itself had to do exploration from the operational income, operational cash. So the 2 million rand at the time, and even our current exploration phase is not finalized. The data is not complete in order on the land side. That's why you have contractors coming in, and the split normally is 80 to favorable for them because they must still do their own exploration. So that is one of those reasons why there was a decrease in production on the land side and on the beach side. Also on the marine, it is based on sea conditions. And over these years, and in the beginning when Alesco gave out contractors 10 years ago, there was a lot of workers at Alesco that was retrenched with an option to get a contract, and it was a lot of from this area, and a lot of companies of that was BE, 100% BE companies, and at that time they were doing the shallow marine. So those, since the last 5, 6 years, it was one of the part where we had the biggest production. But unfortunately, those resources in those areas are depleted, and most of those contractors from the shallow is no longer here, and it moved to Clench. So those are the reasons why there was a decrease in production. As the mine itself, I think that you also alluded that we are not doing own mining at all. We only contractor-based model. We rely on contractors to do mining. So that is the reason for the decrease in production.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kluter. The next question was on the dysfunctional board and as to what we are doing to sort it out. 2 weeks ago, so I arrived here on the 11th. I traveled out from Joburg on the 11th, arrived on the 12th, with the ministers meeting on the 15th, but with the plan to have a detailed stakeholder engagement. Part of my stakeholder engagement was to meet with the CPA to impress upon them the challenges that we are having with the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution, and to ask them to say, because the members that we have on the PSJV board are their representative. And I did go at lengths to express my frustrations that we are having with these members of the PSJV board, but more particularly because of the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution requiring unanimous decision-making. My view to the chairperson of the CPA is that this document is outdated. This document was established in 2011. There weren't certain considerations that were applied to say that we need to have unanimous resolution when you have to make a legal appointment, and that legal appointment is required in law, does not function well for the organization. Chairperson of the CPA did agree to say we would schedule time and discuss these specific challenges and see how it is that we can work through them together. So we were actually supposed to have a board induction today, and then we then had to cancel the board induction for the visit. When I was supposed to arrive in Cape Town, well, I did actually arrive in Cape Town yesterday, and we had arranged with the leadership of the CPA for me to meet with them and with Mr. Fowler to discuss the issues and the challenges that we're having with the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution and try to find a way forward. One thing we're avoiding personally is to go to court. 1, because there's no money. 2, it takes time. 3, it's unnecessary if there are certain issues that you can have mutual consensus on to resolve. So that meeting with the leadership of the CPA is in the pipeline to sit down and discuss how it is that we can move on the issues of the dysfunctional board. The town handover, Trevor, I'll please ask you to speak to the delay.
Okay, just to speak to the town handover. The infrastructure here was refurbished, and one of the colleagues who is here a long time ago could say when it was. So there was a new wastewater treatment plant put in, all the roads were redone, and it was really to hand over the infrastructure to the municipality. Can you recall what year it was? But I think it was in 2012 or so. And there was an attempt to hand over. But in the past few years, there hasn't been a handover. And parts of this we've raised with with the department to say that they need to address COCTA on the issue, because the department doesn't have, the municipality doesn't have the capacity to take on further infrastructure responsibilities. And as a consequence, there's a reluctance to hand over. We've tried to hand over the electricity. The problem has been, if I can indicate, that Alexco currently provides electricity at 1 unit, 1 rand per unit, what's it, 600 units? The Alexco provides electricity to the community at 1 rand per 600 units. I mean, I can't remember the exact number, but I think 1 rand per unit, which is far below what the municipality would charge, and they would charge 4 rands per unit. So as a consequence, they don't want to take it over because they then have to raise it, and they have to deal with the community on the question. That's the first issue. On the water issue, they're provided with water free currently, because historically, as a mining town, all these things were provided for free. And Alexco provides water not only to Alexander Bay, but also to Port Nolloth, which is pumped. We pump water to there as well. So there's reluctance to take over those responsibilities. The Department of COCTA has come to, I think it's COCTA, I can't remember if it's COCTA or which department it is. They are assisting the municipality to put in a pipeline from the river to Port Nolloth, so they wouldn't require the water from the company anymore. They would have the pipeline. So that pipeline, they're starting the design. They've come to look at it, but that's the situation with the handover. I think there's really some pressure that needs to go on the department and say, look, they need some help to start off for the handover, because we just don't make any progress. The provincial DG has come and they've held meetings, but it doesn't move beyond that. Let me, a colleague is not here, but I wanted to answer the question on vast minerals. The colleague said he did some research, but he didn't do the research into...
The issue of double granting with Matla, it is a concern for us, and indeed it is definitely an issue for us that we are objecting to and opposing. We have been called by the regional manager. I'll ask you to elaborate further, sir, but I'll just give you my involvement in the matter. So the regional manager did call us to try and reach settlement on the matter. My view and that of my colleagues on the board of Alexco is that there's absolutely no way we can settle on this. We had the right first, and it is for diamonds, and it is over our land. And where we're having, as indicated, a challenge is that within that meeting was the members of the CPA and also the members of the RMC, who, because they have interests or shareholding, or have been promised rather shareholding within Matla, would like us to settle and award Matla the right. And my view was that, but why are you settling for 10%? Because that's what Matla is offering them. Why are you settling for 10% when mining charter on the ownership element is talking 30% for a new right? And they indicated that Matla would not agree. And I said to them, but Alexco already holds the right and is far more operational, should we not be looking into the mining charter, the ownership element, and see how we can better structure ourselves or have a different means in terms of how we structure the relationship between the CPA and RMC to perhaps receive additional benefit. So it's not, again, it's not desirable to ventilate this matter through a legal process. However, yeah, for me, it doesn't make sense. And, DMR's argument, and so will correct me if I'm wrong, is that there were certain subdivisions that were made on the property. And those subdivisions, when Matla applied on the cadastral system to DMR, it appeared as though there was no right because Alexco, following the subdivisions, did not make the necessary amendments to their right. So I think that was DMR's defense, and hence the basis upon which the RM has requested us to find settlement on it. But yeah, I've indicated my views. I think personally, I think they're being shortchanged. I think the CPA is being shortchanged, and I think what disappoints me is that it's a white-owned company offering 10% on the land owned by the community, and they're only offering them 10%, but it seems to be acceptable, but we can't reach a mutual settlement as partners in a joint venture. So, but I think in terms of why the right was granted, I've given the explanation that DMR has given to us, sir, I can hand over to you maybe to correct me where I'm wrong.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the sequence of events have been explained very well by the chair of the board in terms of what transpired that has led to the current situation in the Matla company. As it has been indicated, the department has been engaging the mining company to trying to find a way over this matter, because an error, of course, has happened because of on that part. Remember, we use property descriptions when we do our analysis of overlap, of non-overlap. So in cases where property decisions have been consolidated into one, but in the title deed still reads as two different properties, we wouldn't be able to pick up that spatial that easily in the process. As to the question of the law in terms of different minerals, same land, it does allow us to accept the application for a different commodity in the same property, as long as it does not constitute an overlap. So as to the matter question, we will go back and revisit the situation, and then probably we can give a proper explanatory in writing to the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also like to the members of the committee. Just for me, Chair, unfortunately, I'm not currently based in the region, but I had a discussion now with the regional manager regarding the matter of Alexco and Matla. He's also confirming that he had a meeting with them, both of them, Matla and Alexco, And in that meeting, he was also a chairperson of that meeting. During the meeting that they had, there was a resolution that was taken during that meeting, and everything was explained. But then she said that he unfortunately couldn't be here with us today with you to maybe elaborate on that. But he's committing that and willing that he can provide a formal response regarding what transpired during that meeting, and then what was the way forward, and what was the direction that was taken, and what the resolutions were regarding that matter. I just got that message from you. Thank you.
Okay, so I want us to separate the application by, is it VAST and Matla, because VAST is a different issue because they applied for a different commodity. Matla is a different case because they applied for the same commodity. And you are acknowledging that an error was committed by the system. Now, it's not the system that grants a right. A decision is taken by a person. Okay? A decision is taken by a person, not the system. There's a signature that says, I'm granting you this permit. Why has it been done? And that's my question, that upon realizing that an error has been committed, why do you go on and sign that I'm giving you this permit? To me, that issue is not answered. And yes, we do want it in writing, as the RM is promising to give us. Honorable Slepe?
Listen, quick one. I just want to check here because the process of the application. Yeah, it's on. Oh, yes. The process of the application after the lodging of the prospecting either mining right or a permit, the spatial process, it's where they are checking all these errors. And then if it went through the spatial, it goes to the acceptance. How do they get an acceptance? The reason why they get the acceptance is because it went through the special process. And then if it went through there, that means there was no coordinates that are clashing, that making it a double granting. We are correct in saying that one who was running this acceptance knows exactly what had transpired. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question first about SSI, which I will answer. SSI was long before the board's time. But SSI was, there was a procurement committee that gave this contract to SSI. Involved in that procurement committee was the chair of the board of Alexco, the CEO, former CEO of Alexco, and 3 board members. Mervyn Carsten. They were members of that committee. The NPA, first of all, the SIU has done an investigation, but they haven't released the report. But the NPA has since done investigations, asked, and I specifically responded to the papers where they asked specific questions about Rafik Begas and Mervyn Carstens, who were the chair and the CEO respectively. And they have been this ongoing investigation where they've provided, asked us to provide documentation in relation to that. Now, the vast minerals right was given, and then they had a meeting in 2017 with Vegas and Customs, who were involved allegedly in the case of SSI, the state capture case. And the records show that they then signed off an agreement to give them a building on the property for them to operate. It also turns out that immediately after that, Vegas turns out as a director of Vast Minerals. Vegas, the former chairperson, was a director of Vast Minerals.
Was a director of the Lake School.
No, he was a director of Alex School, and after that agreement that was signed, he became a director of Vast Minerals. And as a director of Vast Minerals, I raised the question. I said, how is it possible, and the board agreed, how is it possible that somebody who is involved in this, in illicit activity, then gets involved in a company, and there's an agreement with the two people that are being charged? How is it possible? So we opposed it. The board agreed. We went to a meeting, and our colleague was at that meeting, where they then called Vast Minerals and ourselves. And I raised this issue. I said, look, Vast Minerals, you have a director that was part of an illegal activity here on the mine where diamonds disappeared. It's still being investigated. Diamonds disappeared. You expect me to agree that that same company must come here, mine another mineral, and they were entering into an agreement that said when diamonds are found, that they would give it. Now, how does that happen? To me, it sounds really problematic. I raised this with the regional director. I can't remember and he at the meeting, and he said to then CEO of Vast Minerals, no, but that's a correct point. 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks, a month later, Vegas resigns from Vast Minerals. So they then applied to come onto the mine. They submit a delegation that's going to visit the mine. Who's on the delegation? The resigned director. So it means he's still there. So the question that comes into play is here we have a threat that diamonds, people are accused of doing this. We have a threat that that person is going to be mining in the area in the same substrate that we use to find diamonds. Exactly the same substrate. So the question that comes up is, that's why it was opposed. And then later, they have since come onto the mine and have mined since then. And we've not had any issues. And they were granted access.
Just to add as well on that is that VAST is now suing us for 600 million for denying them access to the mining area. Non-compliance of contractors, and why do we retain them? So I must be honest, Chairperson, one thing that lacks within Alexco is consequence management. I am aware of contractors who equipment has been withheld for failure to comply or for failure to rehabilitate the areas that they have mined. So we do deal with contractors, but our problem is also internal. And I think it speaks to the absence of leadership and management within certain positions. I want to give you a basic example. When I was fetched from Cape Town on the 11th of April, I was fetched by one of the employees here, and I accidentally called him a driver, and he says, "No, I'm not a driver." I'm like, "So what are you doing here? Where's the driver?" And he says, "The driver doesn't want to drive to Cape Town." I said, "Why is he hired as a driver and he's not?" And he says, and he's allowed to not drive to Cape Town. He says, "No, he's too scared. He doesn't know Cape Town." I said, "Then we need to skill him. We need to upskill him to get him to drive. Nick, when you take me back, you're going to put him on the passenger seat. If it means I drive, I'll drive. Then we're going to teach him how to drive in Cape Town. I drive in Joburg, so he's going to learn how to drive." The following morning, I was fetched by the head of HR. And I said, "But why are you fetching me? I gave instructions yesterday that the driver must do his job of driving." And I said, "We need to have measures in place to have drivers or people that are employed to do what they want. They must do what they do." Yesterday, when I was fetched from the airport, I said, Mr. Classy fetched me again. And I said, "No. Now we need to have consequences." And I said, "Classy, the last time I said that the driver must be driving, you must put him on the passenger seat, and you must exchange with him and show him how to drive in Cape Town." And Classy said to me, "No," he refused. And I said, "It cannot be acceptable, and we must deal with this." So I think those are, and I'm giving that as a basic example, but you can imagine the magnitude of issues that are being dealt, that happen at play. Apparently, because there's no management here as well currently, it's a playground. And that is why we need to make those urgent appointments to be able to have certain people doing their jobs and having oversight and management over certain issues. So the issue is consequence management within the organization as a whole. The issue is performance management. The issue also goes with discipline and taking the necessary actions in the instance of there not being discipline. Why don't we establish a fund to assist small businesses? So currently, as indicated, Alexco is sitting with 300,000 in its bank account. The money is lying within the PSJV, but we need certain approvals. I think it's a nice model. I think it's a nice idea. I'm just not sure whether we are financially sustainable to be able to do that. And I think the way to do that in the immediate is contract management of the skills transfer and ownership clauses that we are requiring from the contractors to have. And I think once we get that right and get that production right to make revenue, I believe that some of the issues will be dealt with. With regard to the policies that we have within the organization, yes, we do have policies. Again, and we do have, there's boards charters. Each committee has its policies, has terms of reference, fixed asset register. All the policies exist, however they exist within Alexco, and it deals again to the dysfunction on the PSJV board to say, don't come and apply Alexco policies to us. So in part of dealing with the issue with the PSJV, these are some of the issues that we need to deal with. My view is we need to have a single entity. Just as we removed the Woodmead office and said that the operations are here and we'll have a single operation here, I think the same needs to happen from a governance perspective. How do we ensure compliance with local and international law? So yes, we do ensure compliance, though we have had adverse findings, specifically if I can refer to the Mine Health and Safety Act. We have submitted, as indicated, an action plan to the Principal Inspector of Mines on our issues of non-compliance and how we're going to deal with that. The only issue that's outstanding in that action plan is the appointment of a GM, which I indicated that I was forced to instruct HR to deviate from the process, from the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution process. Because an interview process has been followed, we're just going to do an audit on that process and determine whether we will then proceed. Disclaimer, audit types and audit findings. Mr. Kluter, I'll ask you to please take us through that.
Thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned before, that for the last 3 years, there was disclaimer of opinion issued by the Auditor General. And there's obviously various reasons for those disclaimers. Weaknesses in our control environment, inadequate monitoring of internal controls. I also mentioned of not having internal audit, inadequate controls over daily and monthly processing, financial statements not supported by evidence, reliable evidence information. That stems back to the vacant positions of not having a CFO and FM, the leadership, not adequate review and communicate policies, standard operating procedures, performance management systems, and then document management systems not in place. And that's why we introduced the audit improvement plan to address these various areas that will eventually address the various items on the balance sheet, on the income statement, in order to make sure we provide the relevant documentation. We support all of the balances in the balance sheet, especially on the assets, investment properties, the PPE, those existence, valuations, assertions, make sure they are accounted for. And that's why in our audit improvement plan, the resources that we do require, and unfortunately with the limited resources that we have, because it's now, in the past, LSCO had their own FM, for example, doesn't have a financial manager, so one financial manager has to do the both operations. So those weaknesses and deficiencies were identified, and hence to address the disclaimer of opinions and to get out of that disclaimer of opinions, and then to address, to implement our strategy based on our audit improvement plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You might want to take the next question as well, as to where exactly does Alexco have challenges. Its governance, its production, its financial sustainability. Is it cash positive? Alexco is not cash positive. As indicated, we have R1 million plus debt, or creditor in the form of Eskom that needs to be serviced. SARS also needs to be paid. Between this, we had an emergency meeting yesterday with the finance team to see how we can resolve this finance issue, and it's a meeting that we're going to have after this session, because the board is just going to get feedback on what measures are being put in place to address the finance challenges. Right, and what is required to get it running in the next 5 years? I think it would be production. I don't think so. Alexco does not receive money from the fiscus. Am I wrong? Alexco doesn't receive money from the fiscus. So, yeah, one of the issues that I asked finance was, can we not get a facility with a bank, or how can we manage this? There's an ICC loan that Alexco made to the PSJV. What is stopping us from this loan being paid back? And those are the issues that within the meeting after the session that finance will update me on, to see how we can get it financially liquid. Fortunately, the PSJV is solvent. And correct me if I'm wrong, you said what? For another 12 to 18 months? Yes. So the PSJV is solvent, but it is critical that we do get our production in order. Yeah, the mining right competition, I think this happens. I'll leave this question to you. It says, we're making a lot of money, but we can't survive. Looking at the revenues on the slides are indicative of a company that's making a lot of money, but here we are saying that there's no money. I think it's important to distinguish again between the PSJV and Alexco SOC. So when I say there's Alexco sitting with 200,000 plus in its bank account, that is Alexco SOC. The figures that you see there are on the PSJV side, because the production and everything happens within the PSJV. But I'll ask you to just elaborate further on that. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So this is now on the financial performance, high income, cash positive. Third question comes from that committee member. So if I look at Alexco, does not get funds from government. Alexco's income mainly comes from rental income from the houses, first referring to Alexco. And that collection ratio of Alexco's rental income is in the round of 20%. Worst case scenario, 15%. Rental income, actual cash receiving from the rental of houses. So Alexco revenue with rental, electricity and water for 2024 was 9 million. For 2025 was 11 million. Alexco's operational expenses for 2024 was 39 million. His operational expenses for 2025 is 34 million. Those are both two losses on EBITDA. And most of that is coming, bulk is coming from electricity, which is the town electricity that Alexco is taking care of because of now the transfer of the town. So that's happening. So the bill for Alexco for the mine, the Alexander Bay, for the mine, if the ratio between 80% is for the town and 20% is for the mine. The mine is do pay its money to Alexco, so Alexco does recover that. But the 80% is for running of the town. That water to be pumped. Alexco also provides water to Alexander and to Port Nolan residents. So those pumps are running on a 24-hour basis. So that it is also covered by Alexco and not by the town. The garbage truck and all other maintenance is run by Alexco. So that is the main cost of that. So if you're not getting funds from anywhere, and the revenue for 9 and 11 million, you're only getting 20%. So what was ever left in the bank from operational cash, so that is also, you're eating into that operational cash. And that operational cash that came into Alexco for the last year or two was from the loan of the ICC 200 million that was repaid by the PSJV to Alexco, and that's how Alexco sustained the operational expenses. So on that, Alexco is not making those rental incomes or not in sufficient funds to make that. So to come back to the cash position, you say, but you have a positive cash position. But I also make mention of that cash position. Currently, 350 million is ring-fence money. Can't touch those monies. It's monies that is for legacy rehab, money sitting in trust, earmarked for certain. It's not operational cash. And if you look at the liquidity that I was on the presentation, between the liquidity between the current assets and the current liabilities, and that cash balance sits in your current assets, and that's obviously bringing up the liquidity ratio so high. And in your current assets, such your expenses is not that much in your current assets, but you're sitting with environmental liability as well. It's now up in 400, like I mentioned before, the deficit of 200. So that cash balance of cash positive is ring fence money. It's not for operational expenses. It's for a legacy rehab. It's for trust. So those are ring fence money. So that is basically on the financial performance of the income and the cash positive. And on the answer to say, why is Alesco sitting with that kind of cash, but also that because in the beginning, those funds were allocated to Alesco for certain purposes, and we can't utilize that cash for operational expenses. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The next question was on the derelict infrastructure and infrastructure that's not maintained and the low levels of security. So that is part of the findings that we received from the principal inspector of mines. I was traveling when we did the site inspection with the minister. I was in the vehicle with the chief inspector and the minister, and he specifically said, but why do you have machinery there that looks like it's not operating? Why are these buildings, they look so old, they're not maintained? It is one of the findings that we had from a mine health and safety compliance, and those are some of the issues that we are addressing as part of the action plan that the health and safety inspectorate requires. The theft of diamonds and how is it being managed, and that management doesn't know. So I'll hand over to Mr. Losper to explain, but I also want to sensitize the committee that some of the reports that you received, I'm not at all disputing them, nor am I saying that they're incorrect, but I think we also need to be cautious on the time period when that information is referring to, because I also, Mr. Craythorne did also send me his presentation. I had a look at it, and I also looked at the dates of the incidents and issues that he was referring to, and a lot of them were pre-2022. In fact, most of them were pre-2022. So, Meneer Yankees did explain, on the security measures, the illegal mining, the theft. So I think while we do require improvement in terms of security and infrastructure, we have also seen great improvement in terms of the management of the theft of diamonds. I don't know if you want to add, sir, please.
So, Mr. Yankees, thank you, Chair. Yes, we had an incident in 2019 where one of our, specifically to you now, where one of our security officials had the opportunity to steal 2 diamonds from the safe. We did report it to the police, the Hawks. They are busy with the investigation, or they were busy with the investigation, but up till now we didn't receive any thing back from them. So yes, but since 2019 up till now, there was no such thing like saying that the security personnel be implicated with the theft of diamonds. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I just wanted to add that the incident that was referred to was well captured by the surveillance of the mine, and it was not a report from an individual per se, but it was a fairly monitored system. So in that sense, the surveillance system worked for us, and we could pick that up immediately.
Yeah, another issue which also hasn't happened now, I became aware of this during my stakeholder engagements with the contractors. I think it is a company, Pan-African, indicated of there's actual litigation that's going on the theft of a particular diamond. but that is a matter that is sub judice. They did want feedback, the contractors in question wanted feedback. So what I did as part of my stakeholder engagement, I developed a spreadsheet of all the input of each stakeholder that I had engaged with, and then I've sent it to management to give us, to give the board feedback on what measures are in place to address the various issues. Where we can't address them, let's state so, but in the event that we can, let's have an action plan in place, and that is in progress. And I am expecting to receive feedback on the status of that matter. I understand that there are criminal proceedings on that particular issue, so I am expecting feedback from management as to what is the status of that matter. Then, ma'am asked about the collapsing infrastructure. I think I've addressed the question. Also the issue on the governance controls, I believe I've addressed. The 19 million on irregular expenditure and what that is attributed to. I know that a great portion, but I'll ask you to speak to that. Part of the issue lies in our SCM processes, and that is why it's been picked up, the issue of contractors that we had to stop because of the irregularities that were happening. There's also a lot of substantial amount of money that's gone towards the litigation. But I'll ask you to elaborate further on that, please, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So basically on the irregular expenses, there is processes in place currently. The appointment of the supply chain manager. We do follow on a tender process where the appointments of the BAC committee members are then approved by the accounting authority. Those we are also alluded to, we are busy appointing an independent investigator looking into that irregular expenses. We on a quarterly basis report to the ARC and the chair on current irregular expenses with the motivation on why they still on there, and then putting things in place to various HODs to tackle those irregular and get rid of those irregular on our system. So there is processes in place, and we also filling up another position in supply chain manager to support the supply chain manager, in the supply chain department to support the supply chain manager on a supply chain practitioner, and also to assist in the irregular register, keep that up to date, and especially on the fruitless and wasteful. So those investigations will start soon once we appoint a service provider. That will then be reported back to the ARC and the board, and then refer back to National Treasury for condonement. But if there's anything irregular about that expenditures, then we will follow the necessary processes in order to deal with that specific irregular item on the list. But as to date, that 19.2 million at 2024, it did come down because those tender processes are followed. We in the backlogs with some of them, but we even the requisition, the quotation process, we do duly follow that. And with myself in finance and supply chain management, we work hand in hand. But this is also now sitting with the ARC and the board, so they are keep up to date with all that transactions happening in that report. So we're making progress on getting rid of those irregular expenses and follow the right procedures, and yeah, to not report or report on any irregular going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, sir. The next question was how we manage the collection of the rentals. So that was my question as well when I saw these audit findings, like just follow a process to evict them. And the response was, no, we have followed the process. Unfortunately, there are law enforcement officials that occupy these houses too, and there's actual physical resistance when people need to vacate. So an action plan has been developed. What we are looking at doing is working on a meter system, a prepaid meter system, linking the payment of rentals and the provision of electricity to a metering system such that the direct supply will come to an end and you will be required to load your rental and then required to purchase electricity. But this is a new thing that I think it was presented to me last month, and it's something that is in progress at the inception phases that we are looking at to address. What processes are in place to address the issue of the two boards? As indicated, I was between yesterday and today supposed to meet with the CPA to see how we can find common agreement on the issue. I did request that while I'm in town, we find time to meet with each other and discuss. Unfortunately, you know, I have a brilliant relationship with the chairperson of the CPA. Unfortunately, the relationship is not so brilliant with the directors of the RMC, and you know, I plead with him to say, you know, speak to your members. You know, can we work on this? So I think a lot is also dependent on them, but I think we need to give them the benefit of doubt and see how we can work on it. Then the operations are manual and the equipment is outdated. That is quite correct. Another finding that we received from the principal inspector and the chief inspector of mines, unfortunately, one of the impediments in us upgrading our infrastructure is largely dependent on revenue. And like I said, you know, some of the issues will be dealt when we can have a production. Then the appointment of contractors. What is the time frame, and when it expires, does it afford other potential contractors the opportunity to be able to be appointed? So we work on a tender process as being guided by the PFMA, and I'll give you an example of my meeting with Mr. Craythorne when I had my stakeholder engagements, because he had really nice ideas as to how we can be able to improve production, and there are certain areas that we could identify that haven't been mined, and he had the infrastructure to be able to mine that. And I said, but what you're saying is really great, but I didn't see your name or your company's name when we were, as the board, we were approving contractors. And he said, no, I didn't submit a bid. And I said, okay, but then it makes it very difficult for us to be able to engage further and appoint, because we're guided by a PFMA process. And he said to me that the issue with Alexco is governance, and that's why he didn't submit. And until we get our governance processes right, he would be able to submit a bid. But to specifically answer that question, we are really guided by the PFMA in terms of how we award contracts. And if it is, and what I've seen, like I said, when we advertised the tender for the mining contractors, I didn't see black-owned companies. And I said, but why don't we have black-owned companies? And what measures do we have in place? So the first thing is that even those that submitted, there were some who did not qualify. And that's where we said, for those contractors that are awarded, we need to find a way in terms of which they partner. My concern is the locals, and I think I speak on behalf of the board as well, is that let the locals be the beneficiaries of the contracts that go out. Let us develop the skills locally. So even where we find instances of non-compliant or BEE or underskilled or contractors that haven't been awarded previously, we will find means, but it's difficult to want to appoint an entity that has not come forward, like the example I gave. So, but it's certainly something that we do scrutinize. Are both boards present here? Yeah, as indicated, I received notification of this engagement from one of the RMC board members. I'm very scared of Parliament. When they say Parliament, I run, and I think that is because we account to Parliament. So that would be my expectation. The minister, come see the minister. You drop what you're doing, you go see the minister. Parliament is calling. We drop what we're doing, we go see Parliament. So, as indicated, I received this agenda from them. I, acknowledged it, had to rearrange, contacted the company secretary. He also liaised with me to say, no, listen, we need to cancel the board induction. And you wonder why they cannot be here today, because we were actually supposed to be having a board induction today. So their diary should have been open, but it displays for me the disregard for key engagements such as this, because I would have really loved an opportunity for them to also air their views, because my understanding of this process is that you want a holistic overview. So it may be that I'm misrepresenting certain issues which they should have been here to clarify, but unfortunately not. So they were aware of this meeting. They should have been at the board induction, but yeah, they chose not to attend. Oh, we spoke to the issue of Scarlet Skies. Okay, cool. The issue of vast minerals and the double granting, I believe that was also addressed. Transformation plans. No, ma'am. We didn't provide a transformation plan. So and I think I'll note it in future, when we receive these requests from Parliament, we specifically try and speak to the specific items that Parliament wanted responses on. But in terms of having a specific transformation plan, to be honest with you, the extent of our transformation is contained in the SLP through the enterprise and supplier development element of how we try and build that into the programs. Myself, I'm particularly passionate about youth and women empowerment. As indicated, I've engaged HR to say, how can we look at measures to revisit our SLP and ensure that, particularly at a youth level, we have adequate upskilling, bursary provision, and an opportunity for, once those students have finished their studies, to be able to come and work in the LEXCO. And even if they don't stay here, but they are from here, and hopefully eventually they will come back here, but most importantly that we don't leave a ghost mining town. So to be honest with you, ma'am, while we may not have a specific transformation plan, it is embedded in various license to operate documents that the mine has developed. Governance needs to be sorted out, and the culprits need to be dealt with. I totally agree. I was saying to Mr. Fowler yesterday when we were driving from Cape Town to here, is that I I just went back and I decided to read the King Codes of Governance, responsible leadership, ethical governance, corporate responsibility, conflict of interest. All of those have been violated in this PSJV arrangement. And those are some of the things. And I think as the interim board, we were too busy extinguishing fires and trying to get production and governance right, that there were certain things we didn't focus on. But I think because this hampers the operational efficiency of the organization, particularly because all the decisions lie within the PSJV board, then necessitates stringent action to be able to deal with the governance issues within the organization. Yeah, the ownership structure, and it could be the cause of the dysfunctionality. So again, you know, as the PSJV board, the founding documents that require us to operate are the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution. And because of how those documents are worded, it does limit. But I don't think, from an ownership structure, I don't think the problem is the problem is the ownership split or the ownership split or the methodology of that. But I think it goes to, for me, some of the issues of the conflict of interest that we have, where we have our PSJV partners have conflicting interests with entities that are opposing and our mining rights area. So I think those are where the issues lie. Then, do we have timelines? We need to attach timelines to the turnaround strategy. Indeed, a lot of the issues that Electco faces translate to the audit, and that is where we developed the audit improvement plan, so as to ensure that the issues that come out of that audit and all of that governance, PFMA compliance, financial sustainability, there's a specific audit improvement plan with timelines to specifically address it. And Mr. Klita did actually project it on the presentation. With that as well, in terms of timelines, is the submission that we made to the Mine Health and Safety Division of the department. For me as well, because we're dealing with the health and safety of individuals. So by background, I'm an attorney specializing in mining law, and I have practiced for quite a while, but I've also worked within the mines, and I'm quite conversant of the legal requirements from a Mine Health and Safety Act compliance and what it means if you do not comply with the provisions of the Mine Health and Safety Act. And that is why I took the decision to deviate from the deed of settlement. I literally sat in my office and I said, here's the Companies Act, here's the Mine Health and Safety Act, here's the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution. And I said, this does not agree with the statutory obligations. And it was on that basis that I took the decision to make the drastic decisions that probably, and will all likelihood with the RMC directors, will find us in court for violating the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution. But I would much rather go to court for that than for somebody dying at the operations because we chose to disregard the directives of the Mine Health and Safety Act. Will production influence profitability? Yeah, I definitely think so. If we look at our financials and we look at, you know, our previous productions over the years, the periods when we had higher levels of production, we did see much profitability. Is the RMC deliberately sabotaging the entity? Yeah, it's a difficult one, and I don't want to say yes or no, but the behavior says something else. I think the behavior, if we had to pull up the records of the meetings that we have, the deliberations that we have, they will tell a story. How are the contractors irregularly selected? I'm not sure on that, Mr. Fowler. I'll ask you to deal with that question because it was more of an operational issue that we discovered.
To get how far you are, who asked that question? Is it this side or? Okay. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. There was the question about how the contracts were given. There wasn't a process in place. It was the contractors came and they wanted an area and they looked at the map and said, I want this area, and it was granted. But the PFMA is fairly clear on that matter. It can't be between individuals. There has to be a process where everybody is transparent, etc. So that's why in 2022 there was a tender put out. It took a bit of while for it to get going because it required cooperation from in the PSJV, and that took a few months to happen. And then it was eventually went out, and it was adjudicated by an independent panel. The people that participated were not all from Alex Gore. There were people from outside that are auditors, etc., so that make sure that it's independent. So that was the one issue. There's a question about Mafik Rock and about cofferdams. The DMPR is here. So the DMPR supports cofferdams, but the DFFE says it's not, they gave an order separately from the DMR. And so as a consequence, we stopped cofferdam, the Alex Gore stopped cofferdam mining in December of 2022. But there were cases lodged after December 2022. And in the case of Mafik Rock, in any event, we did they said it was toxic. We did a mineral analysis of the rock, and it shows that it's not toxic. And eventually the company had to go to court to challenge the order. So that order is being challenged in court on the basis that the Mafik rock is not toxic. And in fact, one of the inspectors came and they said, but the Mafik rock is in the water in any event. But in any event, that's a matter for the courts to settle, because there is an analysis that shows that it is not toxic. And as pointed out earlier, cofferdam mining made beach mining fairly profitable. It's very difficult to do shallow water mining without doing some cofferdams, and they would be rehabilitated in any event after the fact. I think that covers most of the issues.
We also addressed
let me answer that. talked about mid-water mining and shallow water mining. What we didn't talk about, because it hasn't happened for a couple of years, is deep water mining. So the deep water mining is not done, it's also contracted out. But deep water mining requires a large vessel. It's not the kind of ships you see there. They can only dock at Cape Town or in Walvis Bay. And there's a company that has done it. There was a tender put out. There was only one company responded because there are really only two vessels that operate in the area. The one is owned by De Beers. De Beers didn't respond, and the other one is owned by a company called Transhex. And of course, the ratio, the cost of running, I think it's a 179-meter vehicle compared to a 25-meter boat are very different. And so, of course, the costs are different. And so when they do mining, they go deep into beyond 30 meters, which the vessels go, because divers can only go between 25 and 30 meters. After that, you need equipment that does it, and they have underwater sea. So there is a difference in the amount that they get from the small vessels, but it's based on size. When it's the small vessels, they don't have differences, from what I understand. Franklin can confirm that that's the case. So that's the only difference.
Thank you. Then, okay, Mr. Fowler's just addressed, so we addressed the security and the diamond theft issue, and then Cofferdam he's also addressed. I must emphasize again that, so our legislation is also fragmented, and that was the purpose of the one environmental system in terms of having a single a process. And if you recall, previously, environmental authorizations and approvals were regulated under the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act. That has now been repealed in the MPRDA, and they're now regulated under the National Environmental Management Act. Our environmental management program for Cofferdam mining was approved under the MPRDA. Subsequent to that, those provisions were repealed, placed under NEMA, while the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources remains the competent authority for environmental aspects relating to mining. It does not preclude the DFFE from conducting its legislative mandate. And what we had with the Cofferdam mining was that our EMP was approved, and that was the basis upon which the cofferdams were constructed and operated. And then subsequent to that, we have an inspection by the DFFE, and they issue us with a compliance notice. So, and those are some of the challenges that we are dealing with as a consequence of the fragmentation of this legislation. As it pertains as to the status of the matter, so we have attempted to engage the DG for the, so we were issued with the compliance notice, objected through the process, then we took the process for judicial review. However, we then felt that perhaps we could try and reach an out-of-court settlement, and that is when we've engaged the DG of DFFE to say, can we find a manner or means in terms of which we can settle, and that is where the process is currently. Then I think we've discussed the issues of vast minerals and what minerals have been applied for, market and sailing and valuation of diamonds. Who does that, Mr. Klitter?
Thank you. I think the question was on the evaluator. Is it qualified? Does it have the experience? Is it in-house? Our current evaluators for the last 5 years since we moved away from SSI and initiated the sales and marketing department, we are sourcing our evaluators, experienced evaluators. These evaluators are coming all from De Beers, from State Diamond Traders, so they're quite 20 to 30 years experience in diamond valuation. So they do the valuation for us in the marketing. We have a preview facility, and that was also went out on tender, and we currently utilize this only for diamond houses in Johannesburg, and we are rotating those 4 based on a tender basis, where we're only doing the preview of our diamonds. Preview saying where the buyers have enough time to come and view the diamonds, take photos, etc. And then that is then moved to the Diamond Export and Exchange Center, where the actual diamond tendering, the bidding is happening on that system. So, and then we as the company then just do the closing of that tender. So our valuation and our marketing is basically being outsourced, but we have full accountability and responsibility in the full process. I think, Chair, if I also can maybe answer on the beneficiation. There was a question on are we doing beneficiation, the cutting and polishing of the diamonds. I think the beneficiation is still under scrutiny with the NBA currently I'm busy with David with the NBA on beneficiation and cutting of polishing. So we are not doing beneficiation self here because we don't have the necessary experience to pursue that. And that's why was also in the Zondo report and is still under investigation. So for beneficiation, that is not happening. So the 10% which is by law, we will sell to the state diamond trader. And the 90% of our production goes to the open tender market. So it's transparent, and if you have a diamond authorized representative, then you can buy diamonds on the market, and the buyers do have their own, they have a beneficiation license, and there's a dealer's license, so they have a choice of which license they use to buy that. But us as the mine, we're not doing beneficiation or not selling to any a service provider out there and doing beneficiation on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fowler just wanted to add on the marketing and sale of diamonds.
I think your question was whether we outsource the marketing. The SSI was a company that did it before, and of course they've been exposed, and they were doing beneficiation and all that. It was very opaque, and that was of course terminated in 2020, and then there was a marketing person for a short period, but in 2022 it's managed by the company. You only use experts for evaluation, and of course we don't have viewing facilities here that people would come to. So we do have some facilities, but not the kind of facilities that are available in Johannesburg where it's sold. So that's the only part that's really outsourced. Thanks, but it's managed.
Okay, the other issue, the next question was the concern that Alexco is on the verge of collapse, and not much has changed and since last year. Yeah, that unfortunately is true because of the impediments that we have as it pertains to decision making and moving forward within the board. That is the reason, like I said, that I have been forced to overlook or disregard the provisions of the deed of settlement and unanimous resolution and take some drastic decisions. And I'm hoping that it will be the last. It's not how a board should function, but I think there are certain criticalities we need to manage. Again, we have action plans and audit implementation plans to address certain issues. Then, okay, there's a recommendation that there be a forensic investigation into maladministration and corruption at Alexco. I most welcome that. I most welcome that. I, however, think it would be more fruitful to deal with the outcomes of the existing findings. And I don't know what influence you would have as Parliament, but there has been investigations found. There's an SIU report. The SIU has been on it. There's no action on it, and I think you know, I think it's pointless to continue to conduct investigation over investigation, but not deal with the findings of existing existing findings that stem from an investigation. So I think within the powers that Parliament has, I think we need to action the existing findings, and from those existing findings that you have, it will be upon yourself to make a determination on further investigations into maladministration. And you will recall that I think it was in March that the President Ramaphosa published a further proclamation on Alexco. I recall very well because it was the week after we were appointed to the board, and people that know who I was appointed in, they're like, no, you got yourself into fire. I was like, no, these issues have existed in the past. It's just that nothing has been done about them to date. So it's nothing new. The new proclamation extends now to the RMC, and we will be guided by yourselves based on the outcomes of this engagement and the findings onto whether you necessitate that. However, I must sensitize that within the powers that Parliament has, let us deal with the findings that are there, because there are findings and nothing is being done about them. The issue of staff complement, I didn't know it off the top of my head, but I have been guided. So in total, Mr. Devet, please correct me if I'm wrong. And this was, I was just reading something. But in total, contractors and permanent employees is about 500. Thank you. Then PSJV employees is 139 employees, 50 male and 89 male. I think what's important and what Parliament would like to see here, and perhaps we can provide a detailed report on that, is the racial demographics as well. I think that's important. Yeah, from the eight managers, one is female. The number may increase with the appointment of a GMM. Thank you very much for that information. I didn't know what exactly. I just knew the 500 plus figure that was a combination of the contractors. But thank you. I appreciate that guidance. Then, do we have any gender-based violence case? No, we don't. We haven't had in, I don't know how long, certainly since we've been on the interim board since 2022. I'm not aware of any cases. Missing and stolen diamonds, we've addressed that point. Legal liability for delinquency, ma'am, I totally agree with you. There must be legal liability for delinquency. I don't think an entity can be held to ransom, particularly if it has it's a corporate citizen, and it has employees and the kind of obligations that it has, and also being a state-owned entity. Right. The non-core assets to be disposed of or transferred. Yeah, again, they are in place to address that. As part of my stakeholder engagements, I also met with the mayor, Mr. Knop, lovely man, very wonderful man that we look forward to working with. And we did discuss the issue of the town handover. There are, however, certain impediments. The impediments again lie in that we can't hand over without complying with our obligations in terms of the deed of settlement, in terms of getting things right. We can't give the community a dead town. I don't think it would be right, and we need to fix what needs to be fixed to hand over what is due to the community. But the minister made a very interesting point when we visited, and he said, but how do you hand this over when it's actually part and parcel of your operations? Because all of these houses that you're referring to, it's your employees and your mine workers that live in there. The services that you're providing here are greatly for your employees and for the mine. So should you not look at improving and working on, improving of your infrastructure than to hand it over? And I think those are some of the considerations that we need to have regard to on that issue. However, again, it was a specific provision of the deed of settlement and the unanimous resolution, and to the extent possible, we seek to comply with our obligations as relates thereto. Where are the diamonds cut and polished? I think we addressed that with the marketing and sale of diamonds. Yes. PFMA compliance is not a choice. I totally agree, particularly because Alexco is a 50% shareholder in the PSGV. Alexco is a Schedule 2A entity, 2A of the PFMA. And as such, it's a no-brainer for me that there's PFMA compliance. And we cannot, and this is the problem. We can't see the PSJV in isolation to Alexco because they are in a joint venture. And those are some of the challenges that we have in terms of reaching consensus on. We've addressed the issue of double granting of the mining rights. How will the future of Alexco be changed in terms of its mining methodology?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the future in going forward is historically, when this mine started, it fairly started with the shallow portion of marine mining, which is shore mining operations. And ever since, that method is today still the same. And like I mentioned, member, is that the shallow portion is fairly depleted, and we stuck to the old age activity. So the thinking portion there on the future and the going forward, and I just want to make examples because the way forward is for us that when the new contractors come on board to challenge that, because we are so unique in this area of operations. We are the only diamond mining operations with what we do here. We don't have a sister mine that we can borrow to. We have vast experience here, so we can do ourselves getting out of the box. So I just want to make examples as to how we want to engage with the contractors coming on board, which is a good percentage of old divers that surely are sitting with ideas out there. We just need to collect them and get methods going forward. So I just want to make some of the examples is that we, for example, we saw heaps on the head feet on the land mining. Those guys are most probably there's heaps of prospecting gravel that's lying there. So if we can have quicker turnovers on in-field screening, making the heaps lesser, quicker production result that the guy can maximize mining activity. There is activities, for example, if a shallow water activity can have an auxiliary vessel next to it. You know, we are sanding up auxiliary vessel that can, adjacent to the mining vessel, blow the sand away and have a similar or simultaneous operation while the diver are in a safe environment mining while the mining area or the face is being exposed. That will bring to the fore newer thinking, newer methods. So I'm just using that purely as an example. The plan definitely is to workshop that and get new way forward in that sense. Hope I answered that.
Thank you, sir.
Just to indicate that you are obviously aware that the President did announce Bohbe in his address to Parliament. And in speaking with Sasol, they were supposed to have made their decision to invest in 2025 and start in 2026. But their decision to invest, I think, has now moved out to 2027 or 2028. And so there is somewhat of a delay. They were supposed to start the actual construction of the harbor around 2030. And so with when we were driving, there are two hills that on the left-hand side, that's called Buku Mountain, and that's where the harbor is going to be. And on the opposite side of the road, there's going to be an industrial park. But those plans are delayed because of financing, I believe, is one of the areas, because the key anchor will be Sasol having a hydrogen plant. I know the Northern Cape Economic Development Agency has made, sorry, not Northern Cape, they're working with Transnet, did make some award to a Japanese company, but it's not going to take place immediately because of the delay. Thank you.
Thank you. The AGSA to temporarily or for AGSA recommending the need for temporary capacity from the DMR. I'm honestly not aware of that. And I'm not sure if the DMR has capacity to do that because they have their own capacity constraints, but it's certainly, sorry? Okay.
There was a meeting with the DMR. There was a strategy session where we specifically raised with DMR that if they had, people particularly in human resources, etc., if they could second it to us. So I think that's where the AGSA may have gotten it, but there was a request made to DMPR.
Thank you, sir. Then the payment of diamonds or split on diamonds, depending on the size of the boat, Mr. Craythorne indicated that small boats are paid less. So again, I'll hand over for the team to answer. But as indicated in my review of the submissions made by Mr. Craythorne, they were a bit historic and not necessarily what may be happening now. But I'd like to be corrected if I am wrong. It may be the same, it may not.
Thank you, Chair. I think currently, and I think there will be engagements with the new contracts on this revenue split, but currently the marine, because you have the north and you have the south side. So on the north, where you have the bigger stones, all of that marine contracts, it sits on the same revenue split. There's no distinction other than, as Mr. Fowler alluded, to the deep sea, which has a bigger boat, bigger expenses, fuel usage of sometimes to R500,000 on a daily basis, with Transex Marine, but the rest of the others, and on the north side, because they're also traveling further away, so the south side in the past was more favorable, but all of them are on the same rate. So there's no small boat and big boat in the same area of mining that get a different split, Chair, currently. So the only difference between the deep, but the mid-water and the shallow, they're all on the same rate. Depending on, unfortunately, on the same rate, say 60-40 for example, but if, like I explained in the field when we're out there, the difference in the size of stone and the quality of stone and the price achieved from the stone, that unfortunately is not in our control. That is what the market determines for a diamond. And if you have a different characteristics and a better quality diamond than the contractor mine next to you, the market determines the price of the diamond. We don't determine any prices. It comes from the open market. So yeah, there's no difference between small and big boat if they're in the same mine in the same area. Thanks.
Just want to elaborate on the split, please. In the contracts there is different applications. If you take the marine side, you have the shore and the shallow portion, and then we have the mid portion. So those are classified under south and north, and the split is more favorable in terms of when you go further on to the south. As I indicated, the diamond size is very smaller, and it's more expensive to travel further. So there is the difference in north and south. What we now in going forward in the new splits want to do on the land side is we want to try and see if we can get more contractors on the land side to enter the areas where there is fairly large overburden to be stripped, and we might look at the area photography just to make sure that if there is larger areas to be split, that we will also look at the land portion to see if that split can then be deferred, but that is in the process of going forward.
Did you want to add, Mr. Okay. Our relationship with organized labor. So I don't think we have a bad relationship, and I'd actually prefer them to answer the question, but I don't think we have a bad relationship with organized labor. I think our workforce has actually been very loyal to us in the circumstances that we've had. During the process of my stakeholder engagement, I also had the opportunity to be able to meet with leadership, and I think one thing we have seen with the Lexco, and what we are blessed and we shouldn't take advantage or for granted, is that we haven't seen, certainly in the period when I have been on the interim board, where we've had strikes, and we have, when I had the engagements with the leadership, our engagements were very fruitful, and there were disappointments from organized labor in terms of salary increases. They expressed their concerns to say that the dysfunctionality that you have on the PSJV board also does affect us as labor. The issue of vacancies that are not being filled, the issue of this acting, somebody's always in an acting position. So I'd like to believe that we had a fruitful engagement with organized labor. And I don't think the circumstances have allowed us to treat our workforce as well as we should, particularly in light of the loyalty that they have displayed towards us. But I think as they are next on the agenda, I will allow them to also answer for themselves. And that leads me to the end of the question. Chair, I have a comment, and I ask that you don't bite my head off. I've seen that unalo vetatupanyana. So Chair, in my history of employment in the mining sector, people are not supposed to drive at night, and And it comes from that attitude of zero harm and safety on the road. And I saw in this organization, people drive at night. It's very odd for me, coming from in corporate where I work. Another thing I observed on the mine is how you guys park and I'm speaking to management. In mining companies, you park carrives. The reason behind that is that in the event of an emergency, it's easier for people to vacate than the chaos of having to reverse in and out. So I think, but I'll speak to management, but those are some of the things that we need to get right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for those answers. I think my colleagues are satisfied. Let us appreciate that. And I want to apologize again to the organized labor for taking this long. It was a necessary exercise that we have done here. To my colleagues, they are saying I'm starving them. And I always tell them, it's you, it's up to you. If you ask 20 questions, 20 questions will be answered. So time management is not up to me entirely, it's also up to them to manage. It's 16:55. Can we grab something to eat and come back at 12:30? Thank you. Honorable members, can we settle down? Can you help with this? I don't want to be seen. Thanks. So, I've asked the management of Alexco to leave us so that organized labor can be free to talk to us and not fear that tomorrow they may be victimized for their views. The meeting has started. It's okay. Okay. So, honorable members, we will receive a briefing by organized labor. I only see Noom. I would assume that is the recognized union. If there are others, we will hear from Ms. Boss if they are around. Really is to understand their challenges, their relationship with the mine management, where they think we can help as a committee to intervene where there are challenges, and in their perspective, where do they see Alexco going? Where would they want to see Alexco going? And what must be done with the challenges that they are facing now. So I won't waste any time. I will give them an opportunity to make a presentation. So, honorable members, the presentation was sent to you. If you have gadgets, I suggest you follow through, because I don't think they will flight. I don't see any laptop there. But if you have a presentation on paper, we will follow it on our gadgets. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. As Labour Chair, we do have a very slight presentation. We will not repeat the areas that has been presented by the employer or LXCO. So we will directly go to make mention of what has transpired over the years and where we are now as with LXCO as a union. If you look at our presentation, it speaks to NUM aims to expose the betrayal of workers due to poor governance. They spoke and agree with us in length of poor governance, how that impacted the workers because of lower revenue and because of poor planning over a period of years, starting from 2001, 2008, 2019, 2020, LXCO workers have experienced retrenchments. The figures are documented. In 2008, we had about 154 employees retrenched. During 2019, we had about 193 employees dismissed. In 2020, we had 45 employees dismissed. And so you can see that there are intervals in between, but retrenchments are happening. So the number of workforce that we are told LXCO has is just a remainder of those that were retrenched. Now, when we speak about betrayal, our colleagues, some of my colleagues will also comment on the sacrifices that workers had undertaken. When the company has been in crisis, the workers did not get increments or increases in their salaries. They have tried their utmost best to assist the company in the times of trouble. We appeal for an urgent reform and the protection of workers. When we say that, it is because it is informed by the view that when there were opportunities to avoid the retrenchments, where we're asking that the tails or the bundles that you see there were to be worked, we have asked that LXCO should be granted that tender so that we avoid the retrenchments. That did not happen. There were many other instances that retrenchment could have been avoided. In many instances, there is no consultation between employees and management. And more difficulty is you now have to communicate with board members. It makes it more difficult. So we agree that the issue of management should be addressed urgently. The filling of vacancies should be dealt with as a matter of urgency. In our presentation, we look at a historical overview of Alexco. We will also not deliberate into that because the company has touched on how Alexco became Alexco, the RMC, and how the joint venture was then formed. The only thing that we will mention is that the company, particularly the board, they have to recognize the settlement agreement because it's a legal document, it's a binding document. To avoid going to court and litigate using resources that are very minimal. So that would be our advice to the board. Talking about wages disputes and insecure jobs, workers trapped in poverty. I know many organizations who has argued for nationalization of mine. But Alexco, as it stands, has failed workers. As a state mine, it has failed workers. Disputes, despite being a public entity, Alexco has failed to uphold labor rights and decent work standards. So what do we mean by that? We now have casualization at Alexco. We talk of contractors. When you look at the employment that those contractors provide, in fact, I can give you a few examples. When you look at the beach mining, there is no employment there. Those people that comes on board with the contractor, it's a small contractor, they are given a percentage. And this percentage they will receive if they find diamonds and they get paid. So for that whole period, depending when they get diamonds, those people are unpaid. That's one of the problems. And that is not sustainable. That's why these miners, these contractors leave and look for better mining areas where they believe that they can get diamonds quicker. On the land mining, those subcontractors there, they have reduced the wage income. So it's very problematic in that instance. Now, as a union, and these problems derive because there was a shift to outsourcing through the PSJV transition from permanent jobs to insecure short-term contracts. So what do we mean? In mining, there are two models. The first model that I will talk to now is what we refer to as ownership mining. And with ownership mining, there's permanent jobs. People can accumulate provident fund until an age of retirement. And we have seen many of them in this area before outsourcing. So outsourcing is a second model. Now this model, as a union, we reject. Outsourcing model in mining is harming not only the business, but the community as a whole. Now you can go anywhere where there's outsourcing. Here we had Transax. They left, done the same thing. We have VZI, Vendetta, International, Zinc, they're applying the same model of outsourcing. You can go and check there. The same challenges that you have heard here, you'll get them there. Now Alexco has adopted this model that we know for a fact it doesn't work. Now, you ask them about a turnaround strategy, and they give you all sorts of things. I can tell you, or we can tell you as a union, that that will not work. As long as they still have outsourcing as a model of mining and business, they will not find a turnaround strategy. You can go anywhere and check if we are correct. Now, with outsourcing, I'm sure DMRE will tell you the number of non-compliance with mine health and safety legislation. Gamsberg, if you go there, you'll find a lot of problems. It's outsourcing. Black Mountain, they have different mines, Swartberg, Deeps, and so forth. All of them are not compliant. Non-compliant is part and parcel of outsourcing. Because outsourcing is it's a scam actually. Because they want to produce productivity without investing in business. Now, you have listened to Alexco here. Not a single time have they said to you, we want to have a corporate investment in the business. You've asked them those questions. Not once did they say, we have put money aside so that we can invest in the business. No business will be able to function if you're not investing into it. And that is one of the biggest problems of Alexco. You can't do business without money. Neither can you do business with the purpose of social spending. It's not their role. At least it shouldn't be their role. Any business has to make profit. Any business have to run, to at least break even. So with outsourcing, you are not going to reach those goals. You can talk about leadership, you can talk about all the other things, but with outsourcing, you are not going to make profits. You are not going to break even. That's the nature of outsourcing. It has further consequences, outsourcing. Wage instability. Because now the company is struggling. And all of them, you can go to this area, you'll see that. They would want to reduce wages. If you go to Gamsberg, you will hear some of the companies said, we now belong to the Mining Bargaining Council. The intent is to reduce the rates to that of construction. That is what outsourcing does. And when we speak of job security, there's none. I don't know how many of you know about the number of companies. For example, and this is a big company, it's an international company. Zinc International is a big company. But there are 4 major contractors, that wake up one morning, they are leaving, they are gone. Workers receive notices, don't come to work this morning. Gates are closed. That's what outsourcing does. Because you are not able to meet targets because there's no targets, there's no plan. So outsource does that. And we've heard it here as well. They couldn't put a mining plan before you. Now, how are they going to turn this mine around if they do not have a mining plan before you? And part of that, you need to have a geologist's plan and reports that says how much product is still there.
when we talk about that, we call it the life of mine. A mine has a life. And when it reaches its end, there's nothing you can do about it. Pardon me, Chair. So that is one problematic area that we have picked up with Alexco. You have to operate like a mine. You can't operate differently in a mine. And from what we heard here from these managers that we're speaking here and the board members, they're as if they operate something that I don't know what it is. But a mine you cannot run, or at least we have not seen a mine being run in the manner that they indicated here before you. Now, these contractors that we see here become exploitative, just as I've explained to you, in terms of the salaries. You won't believe, Chair, when you are being recruited as a diver, for example, and you live in the house here in Alexco, the owner of that business expects you to contribute towards food. You must go home and bring your own food. They'll provide accommodation for you. As I've said, it's not a question of you going to the sea today, tomorrow you bring diamonds and you sell it and you get money. Now, I have seen, or we have some experience here at some point, that some of these contractors, because of the problem of cash and cash flow, they would go see if they can find a diamond themselves. Try to smuggle that diamond out, sell it so that they can have some cash flow for operation, including food. Now, you are forcing people to think in a different way, in a criminal way, or you're setting them in a criminal mind because they have to survive. That is what this model of Alexco does. You heard them here talking about outsourcing not only the core business, but even their marketing and selling. Now, how do you do that? How do you outsource your core business? Because outsourcing should be that you outsource the secondary activities of your business. If at all you have to outsource. Now, this has led to lack of access to benefits. At some point here at Alexco, our colleagues were unable to get their pension funds, and some were even struggling to get their UIF during these periods of retrenchments. So that's why we reject, with everything that we have, outsourcing, particularly in mining, as we've said. Now, the issue of compliance, it has been mentioned here, the non-compliance to the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act. It is not just Alexco. All of these mines have that problem. You find it everywhere. And the reason for that is because in the manner how they operate, their model of operation makes it almost impossible, because you can't stop. I heard one of the honorable members speak about Section 54. Section 54 is just a section that you stop of that operation so that whatever deficiency or substandards that are there are rectified. Now, what happens here is that when that happened, that a Section 54 is issued, they try to quick fix so that operation can go. That's why you find substandards in many mines. And here in Alexco, the same. If DMR comes, we quickly try to fix that and ask one of the labor members of organized labor to sign so that this process can go on. Section 55 of the Mine Health and Safety Act is a total closure of that mine. Most mines will strive not to get into that, and that is why they sometimes negotiate with the DMR and labor so that a short period is attached to that. So these are the problems that we find. A failure to meet Mining Charter 3 and BBBE targets. They've made mention of that themselves. However, one has to be careful, given the nature of Elexco. Most of our contractors, we are now told that the beach mining, particularly shallow water, might be depleted. I don't know. But most of them are black employees. When I'm saying black, they are coloreds. Most of them are from this area. So I wanted to correct that so that when we look at the mining chart and the requirements, we are not confused by who's black and who's African in this area. So that's why I'm not going to 100% agree to say there's no transformation. I'm also not going to agree to say BBBE targets are not met. I haven't seen that, but I want to believe that perhaps we need to relook at that and revisit that to see whether there are no black people that are in this different type of mining, of which areas they have fallen short. But the failure that has been recorded, particularly in deep ocean mining and the other, where there's boats involved, because black people do not have money, they can't afford those boats. Those that have money, we have heard the story how how they operate. Weak enforcement of social and labor plans. This is a pain, this one. It's a pain because companies would submit a social and labor plan. And when they do that, and Elexco is included with this, when they do that, they do not have a budget for those activities. We call that paper money. It's projected figures. There's no actuals. So it is signed off for 5 years, but you never find a budget, a budget that is for actuals. So what happens after 5 years? They give an account that sometimes is not even within that social and labor plans. And it is being maneuvered, especially with schools. They pay a teacher. They have a soup kitchen. Those kind of non-economical matters. So that is a problem of SLP. And at times, Chair, a union get bypassed. You will hear that the social labor plan, SLP, is passed. We don't know how. We've signed it, but it happens. Ignoring stipulations of the Elexco Act and Land Restitution Agreement. Well, I don't know whether I need to explain this further. We have heard the chairperson of the board express frustration with that clause, meaning that she has, because once psychologically you have a problem with something, you want to find ways to bypass it. And I think that's a risk. We need to also engage with them, because the settlement agreement is a legal document. It's binding to all parties. So you have to work with that. Even if you don't like it, but it's a legal document, and with the level of finances that they have, I don't know whether they can consistently go in and out of court for litigation. But we will raise that as a problem area that needs to be looked into. Then transformation deficiencies, lack of community development, and lack of procurement. Now, obviously, this is explained by the absence of functionaries at Elexco itself. Once that is done, hopefully, we will have a development plan, which they say they did not have. We will have a procurement plan and policy in place, which currently does not exist. Failure to meet employment equity goals. Now, it has nothing to do with the board. And that's another problem that came up here. Labor relations matter, supposed to be addressed by the human resource. It's a human resource function. Recruitment is a human resource function. There ought to be no fights about that. The two boards should not be fighting on human resource functions. You employ someone to do that work, he recruits, he recommends names to the boards. If it is legal appointments, mining has legal appointments. Your health and safety is a legal appointment. The DMR can take you through those legal appointments, your shift bosses, and so forth. But you don't need to fight about it as they do now if you have a functional human resource department. There is this thing you have seen here. You know that there's a union, right? They are worker representatives. But you speak to them when it suits you to resolve whatever you want to resolve at that time. But there is no proper consultation amongst the parties. So that needs to be addressed. Because some of the problems that they have here could have been resolved easily if they communicated their challenges and consulted with the union. You see, the RMC board and the RMC are local people from this area. We know them. We can speak to them. So if you ignore us and you use us whenever you think you can, then most of your challenges will not be addressed because of our understanding with those people. Some of them were union members. In fact, most of them were union members. Then there's another challenge that, although this challenge, you see, Elexco has been moved from one department to another department, from another department. And that also brings some instability. Because while we are dealing with the Department of Minerals now, tomorrow we'll have to deal with the public enterprise. Those changes contribute to the instability that Elexco has. Accountability. NEM feels that there is a lack of accountability, particularly strict accountability. You have seen the figures here. They were before you. You have seen two lines. One says irregular expenditure. Just underneath that, it says wasteful expenditure. And you look at the millions that have been spent. Then it tells you that Parliament at some point when they were doing their oversight should have picked up that there's a problem. And it should have dealt with that at that time. So accountability, not only from the ministry and the board, but Parliament should make sure that there's more regular visits to make sure that there's a, in fact, you can call them, you don't have to visit all the time, but you can also call them to come and account at Parliament so that you make sure that there are measures at place. We've mentioned issues of health and safety. It's a crisis of accountability at Elexco. That's what my colleagues have said. Frequent injuries, unsafe working conditions reported by workers on site. Now, I don't want to mislead this Parliament, because Elexco, in terms of its major operation, it has outsourced them. You would not hear that there's a worker doing beach mining. Most of our workers are doing administrative work and being supportive to the contractors. However, when there are injuries, I know of one case of Mr. Herze. He lost his ear. He can't hear. Instead of getting him an instrument, they've retrenched him. So that needs to be looked at. Although some of these members come and report years after, because now they've suffered in silence for many, many years. So we've spoken of violation of Mine Health and Safety Act and the ignore of obligations. We've spoken about the systematic exclusion of trade unions from inspectors as well. Ne? The inspector comes here, he doesn't speak to the union. He speaks to managers and then they leave. And then later on they realize, but we should have had the union to come in because we want their signature. And that is not correct. It's not right. But my colleagues will further expand on that. No compensation or follow-up for workers suffering from injuries or occupational illnesses. As I've said, giving the example of Herze, who left the organization, who was retrenched. When those injuries come up, the company doesn't care, they don't follow up, they don't assist. So those are the challenges that workers have faced at Elexco. We negotiate with Elexco at plant level. But at times, those negotiations, which are supposed to happen at plant level, are hampered by the absence of board members. So for an increase to happen, the board has to be consulted, and they do not sit, and they've reflected that about 7 to 80% they couldn't sit. So it means the worker have to wait longer, even after we have concluded the agreement. And at most times you don't conclude the agreement because the percentage has not been approved by the board. So those are the problems that, amongst others, that we have. Failure to uphold provision of the 2007, okay, that's the same thing, 2007 deed of settlement, which established the pool and share joint venture with commitments to recognize labor engagement. In summary, labor has been marginalized with the pretense, well, there's a pretense that we work nicely together. So when there are critical decisions to be made, the union gets silenced. Despite being the majority union of the workers, they are still sidelined. And because of the nature of the operations here, you don't want to stop operations. You don't want to fiddle with that because it have a negative impact. But those things are happening. You've heard most the chair of the board saying since she arrived here, she has not experienced any strikes. So the workers are trying not to get into power struggles with the board. Retrenchment without consultation, as I've said, has happened. Unilaterally wage changes and contract revision without union input. Non-functional grievance procedure, leaving workers without recourse or justice. Governance under pressure. Now, this thing of governance will always come up because it's a big problem. We've already mentioned them. Alexcor's current difficulties stems from prolonged institutional challenges, including political oversight, tensions, administrative missteps, and limited financial transparency. You saw that slide, ne? You cannot say that is a real financial statement that they produced. Maybe that is not what was asked for, but you could just see. All right. Financial report gaps. Audited financial statements have not been consistently produced in recent years. Over 1 billion in government support has been extended, raising concerns about public accountability. So again, they've told us that they are struggling with the public, the PFMA. They've told us so, so they agree with that. Institutional misalignment, persistent misalignment between the board, the Department of Public Enterprise, now at least now it has changed, and the Rechtersveld Community Trust has hindered effective governance. Now you could see that there was a whole misunderstanding and distrust among these three stakeholders, to the point where the community trust of the association was put under administration. I think the Department of Agriculture took over as administrators there. Key findings from 2021, the DP foreign investigation, evidence of irregular appointments, non-compliant procurement, and weak institutional controls within the pool and share joint venture, that is the PSJV. Ne? The collapse of Alexco is more than a management and leadership failure. It is a political betrayal of workers and communities who believed in the post-apartheid vision. The NUM calls for an urgent parliamentary inquiry, a forensic audit of the PSJV, and the immediate restoration of collective bargaining platforms. Workers must be restored to their rightful place as the architectures of economic justice, not the victims of its failure. Those are our remarks, Chair. In terms of, I will give over to my colleagues just to add some meat into that presentation as well. While my colleague is still looking at the page, when we are talking about Alexco, we are not just talking about a mine and just purely ownership, but we are also speaking about socialization of that resource. And they have failed, or they are failing in meeting the two. So I'm going to give over to my colleague, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Where I want to come in and want to describe to this parliament is when it comes to the point of wage suppression and
Just a minute. Just for record purposes, I don't believe we have given each other names. Yeah, and it becomes very important. Sorry about that.
Okay, pardon me, Chair. No, my name is Brian Moody. I'm the regional organizer for the National Union of Mine Workers.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I want to speak and elaborate on wage suppression and insecure.
I'm Michael Klute. I'm a former chairperson of the Ellerscore branch.
I'm Moses Seller, former chairperson of NAM.
Henrietta Hans, NUM secretary of Ellerscore branch.
I'm Elke Strauss, the chairperson of Ellerscore branch.
Fredlin Barbary, Deputy Secretary, Ellerscore branch.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just before I start, I sincerely want to apologize for us not attending the first session with reference to site visit, but there was a miscommunication and we were not informed that we need to participate in that part. That is what happened to the first session of the program. Okay, Chair and honorable members, with reference to the wage suppression and insecure jobs, what I wanted to allude on is that currently these 139 employees that the chairperson spoke of that is currently employed at Alexcor, most of them is also beneficiaries of this joint venture of the PSJV. So besides the fact that they are not only employees, they are also beneficiaries of what happened in transparenting in this PSJV being joined. During the process of 2029, when they had their first retrenchment, 2019, sorry, their first retrenchment, where around 119 employees was retrenched from the PSJV side. The 45 employees that they talk about is the 45 employees of Alexcor SOC. So SOC retrenched with the intention that they are handing over the area over for the municipality. So the municipality was ready. That was the reason. So they retrenched those 45 employees, whilst the municipalities wasn't ready for those employees. There wasn't positions in the for those employees to be accommodated on, and they can't be seconded from the mining. Sorry, from the mining area to the municipalities area. If you can look at how our area look right now, it's very bad and it's very sad. A once-off beautiful town being now in a state that you don't even want to mention that you once worked here. You were once part of this working community or even the community. It's actually heartfelt to see this town in such a state. So the 45 employees was retrenched, the municipality wasn't ready, and they went 100% retrenchment from SOC. 190 employees from the PSJV. Then they rested for their 12-month period. Coming 2020, boom, there they retrench again. What happened? It's not as if this organization didn't reach out to government. We reached out. We went up as far as gate crashing Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa when he handed over a land in the Western Cape area. they reached out. The office at that stage was SOC belonged to Mineral. So Honorable Member Praveen was at that office at that stage. At that stage, we reached out and asked the department to come to the table. Let's communicate. Let's assist one another, because it was the same employees and this same organization that agreed with the company to go into a business rescue platform, where these employees, these 190 or 73 employees, was willing and took a 20% salary cut to save this company. They went so far to take a salary cut in order for this company to be sustainable and to run the business of the day. Just at the end, for them to being retrenched eventually. So at this stage, you're having uncertain employees in this area. You're having the same company being switched from one department to another department, which isn't fruitful. Because you're struggling, you're negotiating with this leadership up until a point when the department changes, you now need to teach these new honorable members how the business of the day actually runs, because it's a unique company. And it's very difficult to understand. You must first induct them. And when they reach the point where they're clearly inducted, they're gone again. And then we are sitting and hoping to see who are we receiving next, and in which department are we going to fall in next. Coming Boegoebaai. Here's the Boegoebaai project. Coming over a lot of, Comrade Brian, what do you call Wet 9? Community grounds, the plan. A lot of communities will be influenced, and their lands will be influenced for this project to be successful at the end of the day. Not only the Richtersveld community where the harbour will be stationed, but the railway is supposed to go over a lot of mining or a lot of communities areas. And it's not correct to only consult with the community where the project is going to be ended, but halfway along the way, there are other communities that is also going to be impacted during this process. And it's sad in a way that will the portfolio committee maybe, or those in power also get their views, because it's not here, that's a CPA, there's a lot of other CPAs that will be impacted also, and that also have areas that and rural communities that they are obliged to answer on behalf. Okay, Chair, next thing that I want to talk about is with reference to neglected health and safety. Health and safety is a very crucial thing, especially if we go to the figures, to the workforce figures that was illustrated to us, that 500 and something is the workforce at Alexkor. Only the 139 is permanent employees of the PSJV, but the rest is contractors, which is a high risk, as Comrade Brian mentioned earlier. Because the system is so, they are in the field out there. There's not a clear eye, hands-on to them, if you would have seen through the site visits that you do. So it's very easy for a contractor to bypass a system without anyone being noticed. Previously, we had an fatal year, I can't recall how many years ago, where the root cause of that fatality was key control. whereby the late member took the bakkie and he wasn't authorized to travel with the vehicle, not even authorized public license, but he drove inside the mine. He drove inside the mine, and at the end of the day, he made an accident and he died. That's how risky a potential fatal can be with these 300 and odd numbers. And besides the fact that they have legal appointments that under the Alex score. Besides that, for them, for the boss, and for his member, if, for instance, say a compressor go, and there's a V-belt needed for that compressor, for instance, there's no V-belt around, and the job needs to go, and it's a C day, and you only get how many C days in 1 week or in 1 month. You bypass the system, for instance, and see how you can get this compressor up and running. If it means I go around the corner and borrow 1 or 2 parts from my colleague, besides the fact that in engineering language, it's only, you can't tamper with equipment. But it's easily possible to tamper with it in the area you are working in. And then at the end, without taking your current branch leadership into consideration, when the DMRE or when the inspector come, you need them at the end of the day for the Sunday labor. You need them at the end of the day to sign off Section 54s. And if this leadership, I was present when they decided they're not going to sign. And the company called the region in saying, please talk, we need to finalize this document. The time frame ending for us to finalize it is what, 1, 2, 3, and 4. But if the union take a decision, they took a decision if they are by-sided. They can't be leaders. They can't be forced to be leaders for the sake of being a paper trail exercise. It's not going to happen in this organization. I think for now, Comrade Brian, I will go up until there.
Just maybe one extra comment, Chair. There was an issue raised of illegal mining. I think this area of illegal mining cannot be approached as a blanket approach across the country, particularly here in Namakwaland. Because, truth be told, the areas that are being mined by individuals, people, are land that has been left vacant from companies that left the mine. In claims here, which they make reference to, Komachas, it was De Beers who was there. And Sundrift, it was Transex. Those mining companies, they do not relinquish the mining right. So they keep the license so that nobody else can mine there. And if you go and check during 2016, you will find that there was the only crime that was in this area across Namakwa was illegal mining. No other crime. But at the same time, if you go to retail, your ShopRite and so on, and you look at the sales, they were skyrocketing, including vehicle companies. So the approach to say that we have to deal with illegal mining, call the South African Defence Force and the police force or the police services. Really, we have to look into that. And I'm humbly requesting this committee to really look into that. Because people have been mining for livelihood. At some point, particularly during 2016, the level of unemployment in this area was surprisingly high. So the question of land, the question of mining, it cannot be divorced when it comes to this mining. So maybe you'll get this from the community when you go tomorrow. But I thought it was just correct that from a union perspective that we raise this to say there shouldn't be a blanket approach. We need to find ways to legitimize some of these activities, as opposed to say, no, these are criminals. Those are mothers and fathers. In fact, I can tell you that I've seen at some point where police actually took the bags. And when they took the bags, the very same police, they took the diamonds and go sell it in the informal industry. Because people are all over here who are buying diamonds. So I thought I should just raise that one point before say thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I think I just need to follow up on the illegal mining. Now, and I agree with Mr. Moody there. You see that the blank statement that is made, if you look into the cause of illegal mining, especially in Amakwa, it's one, is that a few years ago, locals, when they are retrenched and when they got out of work, they could afford to apply for small mining permits. What happened is that the act is developed, the present act is developed to keep small-scale mining out. Miners used to pay 250 rand for a 1.5 hectare permit. It was later made 5 hectares. Now, if a small-scale miner wants to apply for a 5 hectares of land, it's about 85,000 rand. Now, how do you expect that an ordinary person that wants to mine on a small-scale mine will have 85,000 rand? That wants to mine with shovels and things. So the legislation is the cause of illegal mining. Because if a person pays at least 5,000 rand to get involved, it's easier. In Namibia, you pay 250. You go into the mines, they give you a slip. You can explore everywhere in the country. You can, with that slip, you go and do your mining. When you find your place, you come back, you register your claim in the small amount. So the committee, I think this committee has the power to look in those matters. The cost matter that keeps small-scale miners out of the mining industry. The other thing I want to, on the Alaska issue, is the royalties. I want to speak about the royalties. Is that Alaska used to give the royalties to the community of Namakwala. There was a trust where all the royalties went into. Now that trust is defunct. The question is that where is those royalties going to of Alexco? That's the other question. I've listened to the presentations here in terms of the contractors and all these things. These subcontractors, I was part and parcel when the contracts and the changes were developed. At that stage, I was the branch chairperson here in Alexkov, NUM. I became later the marine manager in Alexkov. Now, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense the issues that the board and the manager have brought forward. Now, your contractors, your biggest problem with these subcontractors and your revenue is the conditions. The contractors are working under conditions that doesn't allow them to produce. And that's your problem. Because what we have done on those stages, the diesel, mechanical job to repair the equipment, we have done that as a department. My department have done that. Now, if a contractor doesn't have diesel, and he doesn't have money to buy the diesel, where will he get production? If the contractor works and he doesn't have money to repair his vehicle, where does he won't get production? So Alexco must also assist the contractors. What we have done, in fact, we have assisted the contractors and we have invoiced them. That's what we've invoiced them. Contractor does this month, he doesn't get diamonds. Next month, he get diamonds of 5 million. Now he's in a position to deduct that money from the contractor to proceed with his operations. So I don't understand. I couldn't understand what these people are saying here in terms of their problems. But their problems is serious. It's management problems. They're not proactive in doing things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the presentation, honorable members. Any reaction to it? Honorable Ntlangwini? Okay. Honorable Nchabeleng? Honorable Ntlangwini? Honorable Zondi? Honorable Hassan? In that order.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I think maybe from the union, we just wanted to understand how do we assist you as honorable members of parliament, and what would you need from us in terms of your support? Because we've had the complaints, we've had all the issues that were raised, and we want to find a way of how we can actually support the workers and the community. The most important thing is the retention of the jobs and ensuring that this community continues to thrive. You know, we've had the issues that were illustrated, the problems, but nobody spoke on the issue of labor, and I think it was deliberate. We want to know what is it that can be done to restore, if possible, Alexco to what it used to do and how it used to be in the community and how it was respected previously. That's the most important thing, part of it. You know, the other issues is what are the current conditions of the current workers, whether it's contract workers, are they working under the Zama type of contract work, or are they fully employed, or what is the arrangement on that? You know, are they protected in terms of workers' rights? You know, issues such as your health and safety, are they covered? What happens when there's an accident, you know, while they are already on shore or currently within the operations of the, you know, Alexco premises? Very important, because we are very interested. We want to make sure that the jobs are restored. The opportunities that the community had before can be provided again, and then we can restart Alexco as a proper organization that is going to serve the people's needs, not just look after the interest of profit and people who want to make money and go away. What has the workers' experience been with the current contracting companies? They've spoke about two options where they say there's a contractor who then borrows money from an investor. Explain to us what is that model and how it works. Who's this investor who brings in money for the contractor to work, and how's that arrangement done? You know, and then this mining applications as well. You might know things we don't know about it. There's two mining applications, the vast mining application as well as the mining application for Mata. How did that happen? Who are the people inside involved in Alexco as well as involved in these companies and entities? You know, more than anything else, we just want to really give our heartfelt really sadness that whenever this kind of things happen, it's always the bottom line, which is the workers that are affected the most. And we are saying really we are, you know, heartbroken in a way to hear that something so good that built this community of Alexander Bay has now been destroyed to a point where you can hardly even think of it being revived. You know, so we're here to assist, we're here to support. That is why the chair said to you that we might even delay the process. Let's finish the work before we go. You can see it's already at night, we're working throughout the whole day. We are serious about this. We want to see change for our people. We want to end poverty. We want to create jobs, skills, make sure that people can benefit in their natural resources. This is your natural resource. Don't feel guilty about it. The government's job was to support you. Our work was to make sure that when we come here for monitoring, we hear good news and good stories. Unfortunately, we came on a sad day where there's problems in Alexco, but we want to help to alleviate and assist and resolve those problems. So those are just a few questions I wanted to touch on in the comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I think I get what you are saying. It almost look, Chair, that Alexco is being shifted around, like the problem child. No, go. We don't want you. Go to the other parent, like that. And somewhere, somehow, we need to find a solution. And I think it has come out as well in your presentation on the inquiry into Alexco. And I think the Honorable Lolo have also made mention about that. And I want to support that initiative, because somewhere, somewhat, we need to find a solution. We can't be dancing around, and we can see what really is the problem. The problem within Alexco is leadership. It's a leadership problem. It's a governance problem. And we need to find ways in fixing it. I just need to find out from you, maybe as a point of interest, the divers that works for this contractors or contracting companies, what is their wage? Do they get a wage per hour? Because you made mention the working environment and they don't get food and things like that. Do they get paid when they're going down and for a dive, or do they get paid based on the diamonds that are being back and retrieved or so forth? What is the payment thereof? I think for all of us, Chair, I think all of us have seen, and you know, if governance is not right, the whole house, it's almost like the whole foundation is falling in, the whole house falls. Governance is a foundation issue, and if that foundation is not set properly, unfortunately the house will collapse. And we need to find that foundation again for Alexco to go back to basics and to fix it. And we agree with nationalization of mines and banks and all of strategic structures. It just needs to have political will to manage it properly. And unfortunately, back in the day, in the case of Alexco, it's part of greedy politicians where we are sitting, seated today. And that is a fact, and we can't run away from it. But if it's properly managed, nationalization of mines will be the saving grace of towns like Alexander Bay and all of the surrounding areas, because that is the resources that is within those areas. And I think the other part that was the gentleman have alluded to, Chair, is the last part on the one that we need to look in terms of the legislative framework, in terms of small-scale mining, and where is the legislation blockages for this community to mine and bring back that small-scale mining activity back into the community. And because we are so quick to say, no, you are illegal miner, but we are not helping as the department also this small-scale miners to be compliant. And we need to see where is that legislative blockage from our side. I think that is all from my side. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. Only to comment, I think. Yeah, no, first comment was about the 20% that has been reduced to the workers' salaries. I think it's unlawfully of Alesco doing that, because government has the TERS, that is a temporary relief fund that can opt to go for, rather than reducing workers' money. Two, the divers, it should be rated as the scarcity skill in the country. Not everyone can be able to do that particular job of a diver. I think it needs to be rated as a scarcity skill, like my colleague just mentioned, because if it's a scarcity, the rates of someone who's working that particular job, it should be a very reasonable rate. And then the last one, I think the NAM also, you need to consult with the Department of Labor with this regard. Other matters directed to that department. I think it can assist with a lot of issues here, because violation of human rights here, according to the labor laws and standards, everything is wrong here. There's nothing like in the presentation that is supposed not to be done by this so-called state entity. Now they are doing it is very wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentation. I just have two questions. The first one is, you spoke about a fertility that happened, but you couldn't remember the exact date. Maybe if you can try and recollect the dates, because earlier we were told in the last 12 years there hasn't been a fatality. So maybe there's a contradiction there.
It's the same one that of the ex-currently.
No, okay. And the second one is, how many, are you the only union that represents workers at Alexco? Then there was the mentioning of tailings, that Alexco wasn't granted the tender to mine them. Are these historical tailings pre the MPRDA, or is it newer tailings? Because that determines how that is dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and of course to our brothers and sisters from Labour. We really do appreciate, I think, just the time you spent the whole day with us, and we acknowledge the miscommunication, but we are very grateful that you stayed until the end. In as much as we are working late, you are also working late. So thank you so much for Friday night, taking the time to really take us through what's been going on. Let's start by agreeing with you completely on the matter of outsourcing and labor brokering. It's unfortunate that this has become a practice, not just in the mining sector, but across all sectors, actually. And we agree fully that it's one of the true sources of poor treatment of workers. It creates job insecurity, it creates poor treatment, but also, and this is the maybe most ironic part about it, and you mentioned it actually does not create efficiency in the workplace as it's pertained to be. I think we've made a note of a number of the issues, filling of vacancies. I mean, even the frequency of injuries you mentioned is not a surprise to me. Today, when we did our walkabout, a few of us sort of noticed, we've done quite a few oversights in different mines and sectors, and we saw a few things, so I'm not at all surprised by that. But I think there's a few points we need to consider, right? The first is, if there is going to be some sort of reimagining or reconfiguration of the deed settlement, or at least some of the implementations of it, this could be an opportunity for labor. It means that, or let me say it like this, if this process began with the creation of the PSJV, in its reimagining, one of those titles and one of those items can be and should be actually a removing of outsourcing from this process. And you made it actually, I'm not sure, someone talked about trying to find capacity inside. So I think there needs to be an ongoing discussion in it. But we need to effectively ensure that labor is a key pillar of those negotiations and discussions. And I think, Chair, in our next engagement with the board and with the leadership, acting or otherwise, I mean, here we have a group of activists who are volunteering to assist in some sort of a mediation between the RCM board members and leadership, and of course what's very much, or from what we can tell, a broken down relationship with the Alex Gore SOC element. So that's something that we need to put on the table and we need to push for. There's another 2 points I want to also understand. You mentioned collective bargaining, this is in your slide 10, has been taken away. Are we wanting collective bargaining with contractors? Are we wanting collective bargaining with Alex Gore? Because Alex Gore is going to tell us, no, but we don't have a contractual obligation with you. And that's the problem with labor brokering, right? That awkward triangle of who do we hold accountable. We had the same problem at universities, and it's one of the things we fought about during Fees Must Fall as well. Sorry, Chair, I'm just looking at my notes. Also just important to make sense of, I don't think it's wrong for workers to report certain health issues later on. It's quite a difficult thing working in the sector, particularly in mining, and you don't always see those health issues. And in fact, I just thought it's important to say even the case law appreciates that. And then my last point, Chair, it's interesting on the royalties of Alex Gore that you're mentioning that went into the community trust. Is this the community trust that was established in the early 2000s from the land restitution claim, or is this separate to it? And secondly, have you asked this question of the Alex Gore leadership? Because I would also be very interested to know if it's the same tranche of 190 million, if I'm correct. I could be wrong on this, but from what I read in the documentation, or is it something separate? Because then, Chair, if that money is not going anywhere, that means we have to immediately, sound red alarm bells, because that's quite a lot of money that wouldn't have gone to the community. Thank you, Chair. And just to say, really, we do appreciate the time that you've taken to be patient with us and take us through. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. Those are questions and comments. Can you please react on them? I don't know, I can't direct who speaks. You must say it there, who speaks.
My name is Henriette Hans. Ek is de secretary van die Alex Gore branch. Ek is gemakkelijk in Afrikaans. So miskien kan my regional organizer my net reg help. As Alex Gore branch en werkers is ons salarisse is baie down. En ons het 'n benchmarking wat ons 2 jaar gelede 'n agreement geteken het, 'n wage agreement, en dit is nog nooit geapprove nie. Of dit is geapprove, maar daar word geen vordering is daar nie. En as gevolg daarvan is onze werkersmag hulle is baie negatief. Hulle sien nie die pad vorentoe nie. Ons het members verloor op NGM as gevolg van die probleme. Ons het nou AMCO, maar AMCO is nog gerecognized nie. Ons fight nog met die ding, want werkers dink dis NGM wat die probleem is. En hulle gee ons 'n government skuld as gevolg van die issues wat nie regkom nie, want NGM try so hard om te beklei vir die goed, maar management se ore is net doof. En een van die issues, hoekom ons nie vorentoe gaan op die myn nie. Ons sit in acting posisies. Ons het nie management nie, want almal is in acting posisies. Die HR acting vir meer as 5 jaar. En as employment equity, ons kan nie so aangaan nie. En daar's werkers wat in posisies is op die plant, wat meer as 5 jaar acting in posisies, plantoperators, meer as 5 jaar acting, is onwettig. Ons kan nie so aangaan nie. En dis een van die probleme waarmee ons as NGM fight. Ons fight hard, maar dit is op 2 ore. En dat is een van de issues. Dat is geen vrouwen op managementvlak. Ons kan niet naar een vrouw toe gaan als een vrouw. Een van jullie het gevraagd, een van die vrouwen. En die vrouwen, als ze maar in de achterste, en er is net vrouwen met blauw pakken zien. En vrouwen met poetsen. Ons is in de mijn en ons het geen rechten niet. Als jullie die vrouwen kijken wat in de mijne werkt, laat jullie zien, ons lijkt zoals hier lijkt. Ons, ja, en dat is daar, en dan wat ik gezegd niet, op de mijnes, ons het die permanente management. Onze management, ons het echt in CEO gehad voor hoeveel jaar. En ons het echt in HR voor hoeveel jaar, meer dan 5. En dat is de issues waar de werkers verstrikt maakt en voor AMCO gaan join. En ons verloren members als gevolg van management problems. Dank u.
Honorable members, maybe we can save time. Is there anyone who needs translation on that? You understood? Okay. All right.
Honorable members, chairperson. Het is nou baie lekker om Afrikaans te praat. Nou smaak het nou iets van my skouer af. Want gewoonlik wanneer mens wil mos jou uitdruk, dan kom die Engelse woorde nie. En die tyd van die dag is Engels 'n bietjie swaar vir ons. Rigtersvelders. Kom ek maak dit klaar, rigtersvelders, want ons is van die area. Soos my komrade Ena daar genoem het, na 2020 se retrenchment was dit die bad fall wat ons ooit gehad het. En management was van daai tyd af acting. Ons het hard gehuil omdat ons van die community is. My vlakplan wat die project moet gewees het om die PJV te bond, was die groot retrenchment wat ons werkers by die huis gesit het. Ons het nagte omgehuil as leiers, want ons weet in watter omstandighede ons community is. En soos ons sê, ons het vir Cyril Ramaphosa by Ebenezer gaan kyk. Hy het vir ons op daai oomblik beloof, hy gaan vir Queenie Mintash vir ons stuur. Tot op hierdie huidige oomblik was Queenie Mintash vir die eerste 2 weke gelede by ons myn. Dit was hartverskeurend geweest. Om baie huishoudings wat nou nog in die Rigtersveld sonder kos op die tafel is, so hulle moes illegal mining gaan doen in Sandrift. Ongelukkig kan hulle mos nou nie by ons myn ente nie. Dit is die royalties waarvan Comrade Moses gepraat het, is toe Diamantfonds nog daar was, het hy royalty gelde daar ingegaan. En Diamantfonds is toe. So die trust waarvan u praat is nie dieselfde trust nie. Rigtersveld Beleggingstrust kom onder die CPI se vaandels uit. CPI het mos die verskillende vaandels, dis die RMC, dis die Self-Defco, dis die landbou, dis die Rigtersveld Rehabilitation en al die companies wat nie active is nie. So ek kan nie vir u sê want die royalties gaan op die stadium van die geveg. Dit is die royalties gedeelte. Die honorable member het gevra, ons het vir AMCO op die myn wat 2 maande terug begin het, omdat dit het gevoel die government kyk hier agter ons, want ons het, ek dink Comrade Ben het klomp briewe geskryf met 2020 se retrenchment. Ek het huis toe gegaan, 20% salariskat gehad. Ek moes bly by die huis. Wanneer hulle my nodig gehad het hulle vir my laptop gestuur dat ek moet die payment by die huis doen, want ek werk in finansiese afdeling. En soos Comrade Brian daar gesê het, ons mense sit byvoorbeeld, ons is so vinnig deur exit medical gesit, dat daar kom nou na die tyd, kom daar nou probleme wat mense opgedoen het op die myn. Maar omdat ons gemeenskap is so min ingelig, om te sê, om terug te kom na die NUM toe, want ons face in reality face ons, sodra ek iets mention om te sê, dit het my kommerheid oorgekom, dan is ek bezig om 'n conflict of interest met die management, dan word het gesê, maar met elke, dis omdat dit jou mens is, maar het gaan nie daaroor nie, en dit is omdat dit so 'n klein gemeenskap is, wat daai afbrekendheid is, wat sekere mense ek is 12 jaar by die maatskappy, ons het met probleme, want ons word nie geskuild nie, ons word nie ge-uplift nie, en dit is die hartverskeurendheid, as jy nie in vywe is met jou hoof nie, dan word jy nie ge-upskilled nie. Ons mense is bezig om in 'n mental state in te gaan, want jy moet nou beklei vir posisies waarin ons is. En muisvlak is nou soos ons het call, 'n wit olifant, wat so baie gespandeer is aan, dat die mense sal moet gaan kyk, wat is kan regstel omtrent daai, sodat ons mense weer kan werk kry. Ons mense is hier om lig, en ons wil nie uit ons uit comfort zone uitkom nie. Want as ek Aggeneys toe gaan, moet ek R3000 vir huis betaal, waar ek net hier kan bly, werk toe kan kom. Want ons is, hoe sê mense, hy family gebonde. Ons wil net hier wees. So, ons het regtig uitgereik. Ek dink, ons Brian, Comrade Michael, het vir Kaya gaan sien, oor salaris increasing, 2020, 2021, 2022, ons het die salarisverhoging gekry nie. En hoe baie het inflasie gegaan? Ons sit met 'n skuil waar ons cleaners se basic nog eens 8000 is. Ons praat van basic dan, hulle moes op die laagst betaalde mediese fonds gaan. Een werker sê vir my, kan nie sy kind opsit nie, want die dokters is nie op daai mediese fonds nie. So is ons mense behandel. Maar sodra jy dit op die tafels gaan, dan het jy issues met management. En hulle recognize glad nie vir ons nie. Hulle doen alles SLP plan. Ons word nie ge-involved nie, maar die dag van afteken moet ons beskikbaar wees. Want ons is so, ons word geblind eye sometimes. En dit maak hartseer is, hoe dinge is. As jy gaan kyk op die plaanse mense, hoe hulle lyk, as jy met hulle praat, hoe mental frustreerd is hulle. Met ons salaris, ek kan nie huis koop nie. My salaris is te min om vir my huis in Springbok te kan koop, waar nou op die oomblik die beste skool is, die meeste winkel is. En vandag is ek hartseer, want ek is altyd ingekom en kon jy die golfbaan so mooiheid gesien. Ek is in die melk en heuning groot geword, wat Bouwlin ge-establish was, daai tyd wat dit nog is, en kyk waar is. So asseblief honorable members, kyk na ons, hoor ons noodkreet, antwoord op ons briewe, wat die union stuur. Want op 'n stadium het dit gevoel, julle gee geen om vir ons nie.
Is it possible that we stick to the reaction of the members?
Okay, the questions is, the first question that was asked was about the divers. So, as I've explained, the divers do not get a salary. They must wait, they get a percentage of or a commission of production. Normally it's 15% of whatever comes out. Okay. So I don't know whether I'm clear. They will work and work and work for months and months sometimes. And when they eventually buy the, you know, it's almost like gambling. When they find diamonds and they bring it into LXCO and LXCO goes sell it, only then will they get paid. So there's no salary for divers. On the
Hold on.
Yes.
So you are saying the diver comes out.
Yes.
And then with that bag that is going to be processed there.
Yes.
Because the contractor, the diver works for the contractor, isn't it?
Yes.
You are saying that the diver will get the money when Alexco sells the
That's
diamond, or when Alexco buys it from.
No, Alexco doesn't buy it from them.
Yes.
You must understand that. Alexco doesn't buy it from them. What Alexco does, they get a percentage from the sales of whatever those companies bring, those contractors. And then I think, if I'm correct, is it 40%, 45%? What is the percentage?
They show on that slide, they show it. It's
The diamonds go to the diamond house. Let me start there. The diamonds go to the diamond house, and then it's placed on bid, on auction. Then everyone bid, and then it is auctioned. Then you have your parcel numbers or your package numbers. Then the buyer then sends a mail or how it works, and then they get their price, or then there's a release letter. There's a whole process before there is even payment. Because maybe it takes 2 to 3 weeks. It's not, there's now this total of carats and we go to the house and we go in. No, the package must be made up and must have a certain weight or certain amount in order to go and to put those diamonds on display and for them. So if this contractor number has reference number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and after all this bid and after payment of the bidders, only then those payments is now in the PSJV's payment with their reference number, and then now SOC or the PSJV's employees get to work because they are doing the administration part of this whole process. So it's worked out, and your debtors department invoice all those type of invoices. Your creditors do their part, and they minus all those from one another. Then only your contractor is getting paid after those whole process. So, and when that payment is in the contractor's account, now then it's only the turn of those diver or those crewmen to being paid according to what is changed from what happened between the selling and the deductions. Now if the diver gets the certain amount of percentage that is agreed upon between him and the employer or the contractor, the crewman has maybe, because it differs, this one is paid on a percentage, this one is a basic, this one is hourly, according to how the two agreed upon.
Maybe just to clarify a bit, there is no employment relation between the diver and the contractor. It's sharing. You get a percentage. Okay, so that's how that one works. I didn't get this comment But I need to clarify something before I ask which fund is that.
This is a new system.
No, this is part of outsourcing. Remember, Alexco used to have its own employees, which he paid. It's only when they outsourced when this happens. The issue of the percentage that were, I think it's 20% that was taken. Alexco had negotiated with Labour. And they've said to Labour, we have a crisis in terms of our income. So we can't pay you, or we can't pay an increment, or we can't pay the current salaries. And then the workers agreed to take a wage cut to avoid retrenchments. So it was between them being retrenched or take a wage cut. They decided to take a wage cut. What I wanted to know from that member, honorable member, was he spoke of a fund that the government have some funding. Can you please repeat, what is the name of the fund? TES. Okay, thank you very much. What is the status of employees when they get injured? The status of employees when they get injured is that the normal process is being followed. Normal being, it's recorded, the injury on duty, and the employee is assisted to go to see or to get medical treatment. That's how it works. I don't know whether I've captured your question correctly. Okay. Yes, I would agree that because that's what we were trying to negotiate with them, and maybe something that we need to look into in regards to Labour being central in the negotiations. We were also thinking that maybe we should have at least two positions or two chairs at the board of Alexco, so that we can be able to assist them and monitor them at the same time. Because all of the discussions that are happening at the board level happens in our absence. So they told us that they do not appoint board members, but maybe we can be guided as to how we can have our own members, at least 2 members, to sit on the board. So for a while we've heard that the company did not have managers. My colleague repeatedly said they were all acting and nobody could take decisions. The last comment was about the 2 years not getting an increment. While they have agreed on increment, they have signed it, but the implementation has never happened. Now there was a question, then the question was what is it that we want, or what is it that, how can this portfolio committee help us as workers? And I think the last speaker, they have captured what is central. You might have management, but if the business model is not correct, it doesn't change. Nothing is going to be right. So there need to be somehow a push for an in-source model, an ownership model. That's the only way you can turn Alexco around. And I'm saying this because all the other mines that have been here, when they wanted to turn when they wanted a turnaround strategy, they actually went back to ownership mining. And that brought about some changes to those companies. companies that took the route that has been taken by Alexco now are normally companies who wants to close shop, normally, like your Transax and your De Beers. De Beers supply chain is ownership now, and they are functioning very well. So I'm making that request that perhaps if from your side there can be pressure on Alexco before you give them bailouts or Parliament gives them bailouts, to say, but what is happening with your business model? Because that is what needs to change. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I've answered all the questions.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to say comrades. But let me say, the leadership of NUM, you have given us what we expected. And that is why we insisted that the management should leave, because we wanted you to be free to say whatever you wanted to say, because at times people get victimized for telling the truth about a company and telling the truth about management. So we really don't regret why we took that decision, that they had to excuse us. We will compile a report of this oversight, which is going to the National Assembly for adoption. Whatever recommendations we come out with, the minister will have to implement. It won't be because he likes it, it's the law. So we appreciate you. We're supposed to be starting a meeting around 1:30. We ended up starting late, but it was very important. The two engagements were very important for us to be patient, so that we get to understand what is this animal called Alexco. And it's quite unfortunate that she mentioned a point where, you see, and it has happened, unfortunately, that people get to Parliament, they get to learn about Alexco. The time they are able to grasp what Alexco is, it's either the department will be changed, Alexco will be taken to another department, or there are elections and the same people don't come back to Parliament. So it's quite a challenge, and we fully understand what the frustration is. Without wasting time, allow me to thank you again for your patience and for giving us what we really, really expected you to give us. And allow me to close the meeting. Tomorrow we'll be meeting with the municipality and the community. We'll also listen to them the way we're listening to you. Take notes, clarity-seeking questions, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much and good evening.